This is Paranormal M, your destination for chilling stories that defy explanation. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay connected to our haunting episodes. And if you can, drop a comment down there. Prepare to be mesmerized by the mysteries. It said bless you after my baby's sneeze, then filled his cot with books. I was alone in an old farmhouse. I was with my partner, our baby, some friends. Some friends I had hired for about maybe 10 days. They all went out to dinner while I stayed home to babysit our 2-year-old. I was on the couch reading, and I had the monitor on in his room with the volume up. Thought I heard something at about 10 p.m. I checked the monitor. I then heard my baby sneeze, and right after, as clear as day, I heard a voice come over the monitor, and it said, "Bless you." Our baby doesn't speak English. He speaks Italian and Romanian, so he wouldn't have known how to say the words. I was taken aback, but I also have a sensitivity to the paranormal, and knew as soon as I entered the house a few days earlier that there was a presence. Not a bad presence, but something there. I actually felt it was nice and kind. The bless you kind of confirmed that for me. I went down to check my baby's room just in case, and of course there was nothing there and he was sleeping peacefully. I didn't say anything to my partner, and I get really scared about these things. When they got home, we stayed up a little bit and then all went to bed. One thing to add, our baby's porta-cot was the same room my partner and I were sleeping in. Then in the morning we woke up to find my baby's porta-cot filled with books. He was in the middle of all of them, some open, some closed, sleeping away peacefully. Must have had about 20 in there. We had placed the porta-cot near to a bookshelf, but the barriers around the cot went up to my baby's head. That's when he's standing. There's no way he could have reached over the edge, grabbed 20 books, which were too far away anyway, dragged them into his cot, all the while not waking my wife and I, not making any noise. No books were on the ground around his cot either, and he's still only little. There's no way his little hands would have been able to drag some of the bigger books into his cot in the first place. He would have definitely have dropped at least one of them if it was like somehow it was him that placed them there. My partner and I just looked at each other in amazement. They asked me if I felt anything in the house. We were leaving that day, so I told them about the night before. They were glad to leave, but I was kind of amazed and pleased that our friendly ghost was kind of looking after our little one all night, with the sort of bless yous and reading material. A black shadow. I saw something when I was a teen. I don't know if I truly saw something or if my eyes played tricks on me. I was a teen in junior high school, and I have a kid brother who is 1.5 at the time. My parents' house is a traditional shotgun type style. Whoa, never heard of that. My dad turned the garage into a dining room. It also connected to our kitchen, so if you sit in the dining room, you'll have a clear view of the hallway. My room is at the end of the hallway, and my brother was sleeping in there. I didn't know that my mom had put him to sleep in that room at the time. I was doing homework, and my mom was in the back gardening. My grandma also lived with us, and she was in the living room watching TV. I was just super focused doing homework. I got real thirsty. Went to grab my glass of water, and at the corner of my eye, I saw a really dark shadow. I turned slowly, and this thing looked like a dark black blob, if that makes sense. It doesn't look like a person or a silhouette or anything resembling a person. I sat there and saw this black blob-looking shadow thing slowly going into my bedroom, and my train of thought got interrupted by my baby brother screaming. He started yelling and ran out of the bedroom. The Because he's maybe only a little bit over a year, he doesn't really know how to walk or run yet. So he was tripping over and crawling half the time. He was bawling his eyes out and was screaming for our mother. I was preoccupied after with calming him down, but after that instance, I've never seen the Black Shadow again. And he also couldn't sleep alone anymore. He used to be able to sleep anywhere my mom set him. But after that instance, he would sleep and then startled into a bawling aftermath. I couldn't explain that, I still think about him from time to time when I visit my parents and never seen the thing again. My brother eventually grew up and he outgrew the fear of sleeping alone. Has anyone ever experienced anything like that? Saw something like a super dark black shadow? I usually see shadow-like people, but they have an outline of a person. So seeing a black blob was just weird. The face on the window. Story. I'm terrified of the bathroom. We only have one full bath. I don't remember how or when I was scared of it. But I hate using the bathroom. I try not to take showers if I can. Well, gross I know, but I always feel like someone is watching me when I shower. If it's one or the other, the show must go on. To me. We have a window on the top of the bath, and it's a typical foggy glass type. You can sort of see outside if somebody stands out there, but the privacy glass makes it hard to make out actual features, if that makes sense. This is one of the many scary encounters from this damn bathroom I hate so much. So one night I'm taking my usual shower. I tried to relax, but I had that feeling that something is watching me. And I'm sensitive to things, and I can feel the room or area get really staticky. I don't really know how to explain it, but my body just tingles. Like when your leg fell asleep and you get that weird tingling sensation. It starts at the top of my head and moves to the left side of my face. It's really bad. The whole body would get tingly. And I take really hot showers, so without fail, it fogs up the mirror. Had that sensation suddenly, and it was very intense. Tried to ignore it and told myself it was nothing. Just need to hurry up and finish my shower so I can get out of there as fast as I can. I was so close to being finished, and something told me to not look at the window. Should have listened to the voice inside my head, but of course I didn't, like an idiot. I scrubbed off, grabbed the towel, and as I dried myself off, I told myself that there's nothing at the window. I'm imagining things. Maybe I was trying to prove something. So with some small talk, I finally got brave and looked up to the window and I saw a face pressed up against the glass. You'd have to be 10 feet tall to be able to reach that high. I screamed. I also tripped over the bathtub and fell. My parents heard me and tried to open the door. I was an idiot again and just screamed instead of going to the door to run out. Face was gone, and then I ran out. My dad got the hammer because he was going to break the bathroom door down, and luckily I wasn't hurt, but told my parents what happened, and my dad was so mad. He doesn't believe in stuff like this, and I was 14 at the time, so he said I'm too old for this kind of bullshit. Brushed it off as a figment of my imagination. I never talk about it again until a few years ago. I was 25 and I'm 29 currently. I was visiting home. Don't remember how the conversation came up, but my mom talked about that time I fell in the bathroom. So I told her what I saw, or thought I saw. She then told me in a quiet voice that she also saw the same man, but didn't say anything because my dad would get upset. She said that she would see a shadow figure standing outside of the window at night when she showers. She would say that we don't have anything to with each other. You go your way, I'll go mine, and it would walk away. I learned later that my mom and grandma have some chilling stories of their own. I'll try to tell them one day. My personal encounter with spirits. So around 2018, I was seeing a girl who lived 2 hours north from where I lived. Now, I do not visit her house too often, but I remember it vividly. She lived with her mother in a very rural town up north, and you'd have to drive some more to a small log cabin they lived in. She told me how her house is haunted, and that in the night she would hear footsteps in the living room above her, even when her mother was away for work. I should mention that she had her room in the basement. Not only were there footsteps, but also knocking, like replying to what she had asked. So, fast forward to the night. We're sleeping in bed, and for reference, the way to the room was positioned as there was like a 2-meter hallway leading from the stairs to the rest of the basement, and where the bed was. We were sleeping, I could only see into the hallway, and around 2 or 3 a.m. I wake up. I was confused as to why I even woke up. I guess just in between dreams. Turned my head to where the basement stairs were and looked right back at me was a black figure. I froze. I knew what I saw was real because I knew for a fact I was awake at that point. It was a black silhouette of a man looking around the corner. So I saw only the upper body. And as we looked at each other for a good minute, it slowly pulled back around the corner. Shaken up a little, I just closed my eyes. I was hoping to sleep it off. That morning I told my partner what happened. She shrugged it off as a normal occurrence, but not worried because according to her, whatever it was never came downstairs. I don't believe it was the last time I saw it though. Later on I was eating in the kitchen, and out of my peripherals I kept seeing a black silhouette of a man in the corner of the kitchen. Thought I was shaken up from last night still. Then a side note, their mother told me that they have 2 domovois attached to her. Domovois? For those that don't know, a domovoi or voix, voi, domovoi? Domovoi. It's a spirit from Russian folklore who live in your house and protects it from fires and keeps it clean. I'll take one of those. But she told me a story where she left for work for a few days, and her husband at the time stayed at her house, who a day or two earlier called her yelling and freaking about 2 creatures not leaving him alone there and following him around the house. And I know it sounds crazy and all, but it happened, and I'm recalling it to the best of my ability. Fast forward again to 2020. I'm seeing a different person, and I live in a different town. But there was one more event that will forever be in my mind. We were in their house, and we were in the attic. It's a living space along with some storage. I was asking a bit about the history of the house and previous owners. It was nighttime. The lights were dim, so I thought something spooky would be fun. They told me about how 3 or 4 people died in this house, and actually someone hung themselves in that attic. And at that moment, I felt uneasy and a chill. Started looking around the room scared to see a ghost. I looked at a corner, 3, maybe 4 meters away from where we were sitting. It was a silhouette of a woman in a dress pressed up against a corner. Not sure how, but I'm certain it had 2 angry eyes looking at me. Me and my partner jumped up, shining a light into the corner. But as expected, nothing was there. Don't remember why we stayed there a little longer, but I remember feeling the air get heavy there, like 2 icy hands were touching my shoulders and neck. We rushed downstairs, and my partner grabbed sage. After using the sage in the attic, there's no more occurrences with me, but I don't think it means never in my life. "20 years of being haunted." Going back all those years takes us back to when I was 5. My family had just purchased an empty lot that used to be farmland. It was perfect to build a new house on for my mom, dad, brother, and I. At least, that's what the thought was at the time. There were many issues that sprang up during the building process, and it took a few months longer than it should have to be finished. Finally completed, we moved in. Not long after, everything changed. I vividly remember a dream I had a few nights after moving into the home. This was merely a prelude to what would come. In the dream, the house was sort of as it was in normal life. The basement was unfinished, and all that was down there were support beams and a concrete floor. There was something in the basement whispering, calling out to me. Started down the stairs, and a figure was standing half behind a support. When I saw the figure, I immediately woke up. Found it a little odd that I can remember a dream like that after all these years. But I guess, looking back, it was kind of a premonition in a way. Following that nightmare, things started to kick up in the house. For activity in the home, I'll start with the story my mother told me recently. Randomly one day, she asked if I remember asking her about the black thing. Of course I remember the figure, but as for asking her about it, I was clueless. She then told me about one day we came back from walking my brother to the bus stop. And as we were coming back, I paused and turned to my mother. Completely unaware anything was out of sort, I just asked her, "Do you see that black thing over there?" My mom saw nothing. She was a bit freaked out now and quickly got me in the car and left, calling my father to tell him. This apparently wasn't the only time I asked her. One day while getting ready for school, my mother was helping me. I casually told her, "Mommy, that black thing is in your room." From the doorway, I could see perfectly into my parents' adjacent bedroom. I'm pretty sure at this point my mother was convinced our house was haunted. As for things that I remember happening in that house, during the day, things were pretty calm. The only incident I can remember happening during the day was another time my mother and I were alone. I was sitting in the living room before school. Mom was down the hall. 5 or 6-year-old me heard something upstairs, which was pretty weird considering it was our empty attic. Pretty freaked out, I went down the hall. I almost ran into my mom, who was coming to get me. We locked eyes as if to say, "You hear that too?" Above us, it sounded like someone wearing heavy boots was running across the attic. Then there was pounding like someone trying to escape. My dad called to investigate, poked his head into the attic, saw nothing. After further investigation, there wasn't any way for even an animal to get in. After that, I knew something wasn't right in this house. Things escalated from that point on. And to keep this a little bit shorter, I'll kind of gloss over some of the more common things that happened. You always felt watched. During the day, during the night, constant. I wouldn't leave my back doorway like the entire 7 years I lived there. Or rather, wouldn't leave my back to the doorway, I believe. Even when I would play with toys, I'd hide behind my bed away from the door. At night, you'd feel as though someone was standing over you. And the few times I woke up to see someone there. After rubbing my eyes, wishing I was still dreaming, it'd still be there. At the end of the bed, always watching. Got to the point I'd just brush it off, pull the covers over my head, and go back to sleep. It recently came out that my mom had similar experiences, only she never saw the thing. I always saw this shadow man. Typical, I know. I remember, though. Like when I'd have to walk from the living room to the dining room, I'd always wait for someone else to go with me. The hallway ran between 2 rooms, and my parents' bedroom was at the end of the hall. So when I'd walk across the hall, my hairs would stand on end, and the shadow would be at the end of the hall. It'd always be in the doorway, staring down the hall at me. There were a couple of random things that would happen. Once in the middle of the night, I heard someone in the kitchen. A few moments later, I heard glass shatter. When asked about it, nobody else heard it. No one was in the kitchen. On one occasion, I woke up to a male voice in my room. Couldn't understand what it was saying, but it went on for minutes. And I had this acoustic guitar sort of propped up in the corner of my room, and as some of you may know, when you drag a pick down the strings, the guitar will screech. My guitar did that on its own as I was lying in bed trying to sleep. Yikes. 7 long, uncomfortable years later, we moved. Our new house didn't have any activity. It was like heaven. Though my mother and I were just waiting for something to happen. Sadly, the peace didn't last very long. A few months later, we moved again. Moved about an hour away from our original house, and nothing strange happened in this home as well for a while. One night, though, I had an odd dream about an old childhood home. I dreamt whatever shadow man was there hitched a ride to our new home. And this dream was a few days after we'd driven by and to see what the house was looking like after maybe 2 years of us being gone. After that, my life became a waking nightmare. The activity in the house, mainly around me, escalated. Every night I was having a different nightmare about whatever was haunting me. The worst part about the dream was the fact that bits and pieces of them would come true the next day. To keep the story from getting too long, I'll gloss over the nightmares and only include what's relevant. The first dream I had took place in my deceased grandmother's home. My family was around me, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Started looking around the room trying to get their attention, but it was like I wasn't there. Suddenly, I looked into the blank TV, saw a teenage boy sitting behind me on the couch. When I looked beside me, he wasn't there, but in the reflection, he was there and staring at me. Nobody could hear me shouting about the boy sitting beside me. When I looked back, he was there, blonde hair, blue eyes, sitting on the couch, just watching me. I don't know why, but rage consumed me and I attacked. As I did so, the boy just smiled at me and his eyes went from a normal hue to something unnatural that still haunts me. They were a shade of blue so light they seemed to glow. After this, I just woke up. Now, to the next day, I was home alone with my dog. I was just carving a pumpkin in the dining room. He was laying on the couch sleeping, and I started to get an unsettling feeling. Next thing I know, the dog's perked up staring at the blank TV screen, ears folded back. He glanced between me and the blank screen a few times before tucking his tail and bolting from the room. The dreams continued, and without fail, the following day part of them would play out in real life. I'd be washing dishes, and I could feel somebody standing in the door watching me. The music from my iPod turned to static. Fight or flight kicked in. Bolted out of the kitchen, ran into my room, sitting in front of my bed watching the door. From down the hall, I could hear the doorknob of the coat closet attached to my room rattling. Then the bathroom knob. Then my parents' room. And my room was next. Never budged. Whatever it was continued toying with me. I was home alone with the dog again, and he came darting up the stairs and into my lap on the couch. I was confused because he was wet. I hadn't let him outside in 2 hours. Panicked, I rushed into the kitchen to grab some kind of a weapon, which wound up being a chef's knife. Being a dumb teenager that I was, I went to investigate. I went downstairs to the back door, and it was wide open. Rain was soaking the carpet. Didn't know how long it had been open, and I immediately went on high alert. Someone had broken in. Made my way through the house, checking everywhere someone could hide, and it was only the dog and I. Freaked out, I went back downstairs, shut the door, which was still locked, by the way. Once it was closed again, the curtains blew back in my face, and somehow a cold wind was coming through the door. My nightmares hit their peak in that house when I had a dream featuring the usual blonde-haired teenager. I was running from him as he just chased me through the streets. It was like a game to him. I still can't shake the eerie smile he always wore. And just as I was about to escape, he caught me and was thrown into the back of some old beat-up junker car. Woke up after that one. Couldn't get myself to fall back asleep, though. The next day, my parents were a few states away house shopping. This meant my older brother, dog, and I were the only ones home. I was bored out of my mind. Wound up getting hit with a pretty massive snowstorm. Not having anything else to do, I went out that night and started shoveling the driveway so I wouldn't have to work my way through 3 feet of snow the next morning. By that point, we'd gotten about 1.5 feet of snow. I was about halfway done with the driveway. My heart sank when I heard an all-too-familiar engine coming down the hill toward our house. I turned away and I kept my head down, pretending like nothing was wrong. Before it even made it to my street, I knew what was going to happen. He was going to drive past me, slam on the brakes, and back up before talking to me. It's going to be that damn blonde with the creepy smile. Sure enough, I saw the red of the brake lights before the car from my dream back toward me. Couldn't look at the driver, I couldn't face that damn smile. He asked me what my house number was, and I told him. Without a word, he whipped the car into the neighbor's driveway. Mind you that there's 1.5 feet of snow on the road at this time. Plows hadn't come through yet. He stepped out, grabbed a pizza box that didn't have the warming sleeve or anything from the back seat, walked up to the neighbor's door, rang the bell, and walked away without even waiting. He launched the box into the back seat, got back in the car, and left. Neighbors have been gone for the last week. Resisting the urge to run screaming back into the house, I made my way into the garage. I placed the shovel in the middle of the wall and kicked my boots off. I ran into the house, slapped the button to close the garage. 2 steps into the house, I hear a loud slam from the garage and the door starts to just back up. Preparing myself to face certain death, I cracked the door and looked into the garage. Door was open. Shovel I'd propped against the wall was 30 feet away in the middle of the driveway. I slapped the button and noped my way back into the house. After that, the dream seemed to calm down, but the activity was always there. I'd hear footsteps on the stairs behind me when sitting on the couch. I'd hear the bathroom door open and someone walk in when I was showering. And everyone would be downstairs. The door still shut and locked when I got out. You just never felt alone in that house. I don't think I've ever felt so happy as when I heard we were moving away again. I was getting away from whatever was creeping on me. Fast forward another year or two. Things in the new place were almost normal. Had some weird occurrences, but nothing like what I'd dealt with before. I'd see shadows in the corner of my eye, or I'd see a person walking around, and when I'd look back, they're gone, and it really wasn't until I go back to that godforsaken house that my life was thrown back into nightmare sort of a state. We had rented out the last house, and the tenants had trashed it. So as a family, we made our 11-hour drive to go clean it out before renting it again. The entire time I'm looking over my shoulder waiting to see that creepy smile paired with those inhuman eyes. Thankfully, not much happened. Had some weird nightmares and refused to be alone in the house. That was it. It wasn't until we drove back home that he made his presence known once again. My nightmares came back, but this time, the blonde was out to kill me. I'd wake up feeling like I was being choked on more than one occasion. I'd hear claws scratching on my door in the middle of the night. Thinking it was the dog trying to get in, I went to open the door. Hallway was dark. Dog was nowhere to be seen. Then I heard him snoring in my parents' room. Wasn't the dog. Shut my door, go back to sleep like nothing happened. When that didn't get my attention, I woke up to a clicking sound. Sat up in bed and looked around trying to see what was making the mysterious ticking noise. Almost a melody. Turned the flashlight on my phone on and noticed my doorknob moving, and it slowly moved to the left. Click, center, click, right, click. Continued like this, moving faster until the knob was shaking before it went completely still. With a sigh, I went back to sleep. My things would go missing. I'd go to ask my mom if she'd seen them. Of course, she hadn't. I'd always just go back into my room and just say, "All right, cool ghost, you got me. Now give me my stuff back." I'd leave my room for a little bit, and when I'd go back in, whatever I'd lost would be sitting on my bed. The sounds of claws would follow me through the house, and at this point it was just normal for me, and I'd brush it off. Wasn't going to let him get this time at least. Well, that's what I thought. And then there was a spooky clothes washer that played this eerie melody, and whatever it was started following me to work. Clothes would fall in the middle of the racks or off the wall displays. Someone would whisper into my ear when I was on the shop alone. I was freaked out, but I tried not to show it. Eventually, my mom had enough of my craziness and contacted a medium. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe most of them are fakes just looking to make a quick buck, but this woman, she knew nothing about us but agreed to help. We spoke on the phone for a while, and she told us that there was somebody who wanted to tell us something. Mom and I just kind of looked at each other, and both of us pretty skeptical. She said their name started with a V, Victoria or something like that. Well, my deceased grandmother's name started with a V, so we mentioned this. And the next thing she said had me convinced. She said she was getting a pain in her chest and asked if my grandmother had a heart attack, which she did have. So at this point, my grandmother's message was for us to give them hell. Still not sure what it meant, but the woman told us there was something attached to an old piece of furniture I had. We took it out of the house along with the quote-unquote haunted urn my mother received as a gift, and things seemed to settle down. You'd think that's where my story ends, but it's not. I'd still see creepy things happening around me, but I'd learned to deal with it. Eventually, I ran off and joined the military. Now, my friend and I, being bored out of our minds in the barracks, decided to play Ouija board to pass the time. Bad idea, yeah, I know. We waited until it was dark when to head out, as it was really the only place that was quiet and we wouldn't be interrupted by the Marines being loud. And keep in mind, we were on Paris Island, and that place gets creepy. Those stories are for another time. So, we started asking the usual questions. Is there anybody that wants to speak with us? And, well, nothing, and didn't expect there to be any answer, and I considered moving the planchette to mess with my friend. We'll call her Kat. We asked a few more times, and finally the planchette slowly moved to yes. Gave Kat the side eye, thinking she was screwing around with me. She looked terrified. All right, cool, let's see where this goes. We asked how old whoever we were talking to was. 19. Boy or girl? Boy. Name? Jake. I was intrigued at this point. Kept asking questions, and Jake kept answering. We asked if he was a recruit that had passed away there, and no. Okay. Marine? No. Kat and I kind of stared at each other for a moment. Okay, so you were civilian then? No. Well, that covered the 3 categories. What were we talking to? At this point, Kat was panicked and wanted to close the board out, but me being me, I didn't want to yet. At this point, I asked the dumbest thing I could. Are you a good spirit? The planchette didn't move for a moment before it slowly slid to no. Kat freaked out and demanded we stop. I gave in and we said goodbye before she threw the planchette off the board and left me to put everything away. Whatever, it was a kid's game. I boxed everything up and put it back in my wall locker before going to bed. You're telling me you experienced all this stuff and you're still playing around with this and having those thoughts? Alrighty then. That night I woke up to someone whispering in my ear. And come the next morning, most of the other Marines were freaking out saying they heard somebody walking up and down the squad bay past their racks. Apparently, the drawers in the duty desk were slamming open and shut all night. I was clueless because I'd put headphones in. Passed back out after waking up to the whispering. When I finally got out of my rack and changed, I was confused by the disgusting smell surrounding my rack. Sulfur. Nobody around me seemed to be able to smell it, and finally I was dragged by one of the other female Marines back to my rack, and she looked at me like, "What the hell do you have rotting back here?" Shrugging my shoulders, I emptied a can of Febreze in my corner of the squad bay. Went back to life as usual. Cat wound up having some weird experiences, and I'd have the lights around me go out whenever I'd talk about what happened that night with the board. The weirdest thing that happened after that was I walked into the head and heard water running. There was only 3 of us in the barracks that day. Everyone was out of town except me and 2 girls who were on bed rest, one of those being Kat. The other girl was knocked out on medication, so I knew it couldn't have been her. Confused, I checked all the toilets, sinks, showers, and even the washers. Nothing was running. After standing there a minute scratching my head, I checked the deep sink in the supply closet. Faucet had been swiveled so it was no longer over the sink and was gushing water full blast onto the floor. Pissed because I was going to have to clean that mess up, I went to get Kat from her rack and made her go check the closet before I reamed her for being an idiot. She came back out, told me that she hadn't done it. She had been sleeping for most of the morning. She had a point, so if it wasn't either of us, I shook my head and turned the sink off before grabbing a mop and refused to even talk about it. That was the last of my memorable experiences connected to the board from Paris Island. But when I moved duty stations, my new roommate had a Ouija board. I know, doing it once was dumb enough, but going back for seconds, well, I deserved what I got then. We got a group together and messed around with the board. We got some answers, but it wasn't anything terrifying, so I brushed it all off. When my roommate left, she left her board in her desk. And of course, me being me, I decided I was going to play around with it again. Found a girl who was willing to see what we could get to answer us. We both knew the rules of the game, and late one night we broke out the Ouija board and got to work. Now this girl, short, had no idea about my previous rounds with a different board. We had some spirits come through. The only one I remembered clearly was Robert, who claimed to be a sailor. That was plausible since we were on a naval base at that point and we kept coming back to talk to Robert and others. It was always a pleasant conversation. Suddenly, they all stopped answering questions. We kept trying to get them to answer, but the only thing we got from him was afraid. Kept asking of what, and Robert wouldn't answer, and suddenly, Planch had moved to goodbye. Gave it some time before trying to talk to him again, and when we got some answers, well, Short. I guess I'm calling her Short from now on. Short and I could both tell that it wasn't Robert talking, and he had a very distinct way of responding. This was nothing like before. I almost started to feel uneasy, and Short asked, "You aren't Robert, are you?" "No." Okay, weird, but we kept going. "Who are you?" Planchette just kind of circled the board like it didn't want to answer. "What's your name?" Still nothing. I don't know why, but I asked, "Are you what's been following me?" "Yes." Deep breath. Okay, now I'm starting to get freaked out. Short gives me a weird look and lets me start asking me questions. "I've talked to you before, haven't I?" "Yes." "What name did you give me?" Short was watching me the whole time, so I started to panic. Planchette went to J, then to A. Jesus Christ. I was in full-on freak-out mode now. Then it slid to S-O, then N, Jason. At this point, I knew it was playing games with me. You know that's wrong. Yes, J. Stop playing with me, Jake. Okay, Jake. How old did you say you were? 19. When I asked if you were good, what did you answer? No. At this point, I knew it was the same thing from before. I wasn't making the planchette move, and I knew Short had no clue what to answer with. And if she managed to guess the right answers that easily, man, she had me fooled. And at that point, closed the board, tried to forget about it. I wanted to know more. Why was Jake following me, and what did he want? We opened the board again, and it was different this time. I was trying to get us to play the board alone, well, more specifically me. I know that's a big no-go when messing around with boards, so we kept telling Jake no. Before playing, I'd taken my wedding ring off and sort of been sitting on the floor beside me. I don't know why, but I'd looked to see where it was and my ring was gone. Jake kept trying to convince Short to go look for it for me while I remained on the board. He kept saying it was in another room in the barracks. She went off looking after, we closed the board out. This went on for a while. Finally, I found my ring hiding underneath some papers on my desk where I hadn't left it. Having played Jake's games long enough, Short offered to try and cleanse me. I didn't think it was going to work, but I said, whatever, and I let her do it. Afterward, I wanted to see if Jake was really gone, and sure enough, when we broke out the board one last time, Robert came through. We asked about Jake, and all Robert said was, gone. After that, I never touched a Ouija board again. Not sure if Jake is still hanging around or if he's really gone. I'm 25 now. It's been 2 years since that instant. I've recently moved, and since getting my new place, I'm back to seeing shadows walking around. And lights will flicker, doors will open. They'll even close on their own, usual stuff. I don't know if it's Jake, and honestly, I don't know if I want to find out. As an afterthought, now that I'm older, I looked into the neighborhood I used to live in when my crazy dreams started, and I swear it was built on an Indian burial ground or something. For a place that had relatively low crime, there was a crazy amount of deaths within a few houses of the one I lived in. A guy killed himself after a standoff with SWAT. There were some murders, and if I remember correctly, there's at least one suicide aside from the standoff. So maybe that house cursed me. Who knows? Little piece of advice. Don't do what they... "20-year anniversary. This happened a few years ago. Mom had a ex-boyfriend who had died in a motorcycle accident, and it happened to be the 20-year anniversary of his death. That night I ran into the store to get a few things. My mom stayed out in the car and waited for me. My mom used to work at the store, and I grew up going there, so it's safe to say we almost everyone there. So it wasn't a surprise that when I came out, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I just thought it was one of the guys who worked there. Walked up to the car, bent down to look through the window to see who it was. But no one was there. Within less than a minute it took me to walk to the car, no one was in there except my mom. So I get in, sit down, and I feel ice-cold air go right through me. So I turned to my mom and I asked her 2 questions. One, had you been talking to one of the guys from the store just a minute ago? She gave me a weird look and said no. Question number 2, did you have the AC on in the car? Her response also no. I left it at that. I didn't say a word to her about what I saw. Till a couple of months later. As soon as I told her, she went and pulled out her old high school yearbook and opened it to a page and pointed at a picture. I told her, "That's who I saw sitting next to you." She looked at the picture and said, "Yep, that's him." I went on telling her that he looked kind of grumpy. She explained that he always did. It was just the way that he was. Without ever meeting this guy, I never saw his picture before. I didn't even know his real name, only a nickname. I was able to point out her dead ex-boyfriend in her yearbook. No doubt in my mind that it was him sitting next to her that night. Ghost at work. I've been a custodial supervisor at a college for the last 7 years. Before that, I was a custodian at the same college for 7 years. Yes, Mr. Cal, I hear you. I've cleaned, and I've been in every building on campus from early mornings or late at night. And I've seen and heard a lot of things in the last 14 years since I started working here. One of them, or rather, one of the buildings that I used to clean wasn't a huge building, but it had 3 floors with 2 classrooms on each floor. One on the east, the other on the west side of the building. Now, to get to the classrooms, there's a staircase in the middle of the building with a heavy metal glass door that leads to a small hallway and a couple of offices and classrooms. In the first few months that I had been just cleaning this building, everything was pretty quiet. That was till one morning when I was on the 3rd floor cleaning one of my last classrooms for the day. I had been wiping down a table when out of the corner of my eye, I see a man standing to the left of me. He had on a green, yellowish striped sweater, and I remember thinking in that split moment that it looked like something from the 70s or something. Thinking a student got there early for class, I tell him, "Sorry, I'll finish in a minute." And as I'm saying this, I turn my head all the way to face him, and no one's there. There was nowhere for anyone to go. I even checked the building. I was still the only person, still locked. Told this to my husband, who works as a custodian at the college with me, and of course he didn't believe me. Well, at least not completely. Thought I was just seeing things. That is, till the following year it became his building to clean in the mornings. And he calls me one day freaking out because he's in the classroom on the 2nd floor, which was right under the classroom I saw somebody in. He heard what sounded like somebody right above him walking around, moving things like chairs and just making a general ruckus. So right away he would go upstairs thinking the same thing as I did, that students came in early. So he'd go up there to grab the trash and do a quick clean and would find the classroom still locked and completely empty. Happened to him at least twice. Can paranormal experience be passed down? When I was young, I had quite a few instances regarding paranormal sightings. When I was about 5 or 6, I would wake up in the middle of the night. And that's because I felt like somebody was watching me. I had my own bathroom in my room, and at the doorway, I would always see this big black figure. I'd get scared and run to my parents' room for comfort. But I remember the first night it ever happened. There was a soldier blocking my parents' doorway. He was dressed in a blue coat and had a rifle next to him. Didn't seem to have a face. It was like really fuzzed out. So I just ended up going back to the living room to sleep on the couch. And this happened nightly and weekly. I remember telling my mom about it when I was about 7, and she didn't have much to say. There's also been a few instances when we moved back into our family home. My grandmother actually shot and killed herself in the master bedroom of the home when I was when she was in her 20s. Or, as they wrote, when my was in her 20s, and we'd always kept the home, but when we moved back, we would get a faint smell of cigarette smoke around the house, which was odd because we had redone the floors and furniture. No one in my family smoked. My grandmother did. so we shrugged it off like she was stopping by just to check in on us. But now that I've moved out, I can still smell that faint cigarette smoke randomly. Can spirits be tied to multiple people like that, and not just a house in general? Oh yeah. Another thing is shadow people I see constantly. I know, Gecko. I finally had the courage to say something to my mom about it a year ago, but maybe I'll see them in the day or night still, and she finally admitted to me that she sees shadow people too. But my dad and sister never do. Spoke to my boyfriend and his friends about it during a time when I was super stressed about college and personal issues because I was seeing them everywhere. Got to the point where I didn't like to be home alone at night, and I would beg him to stay home. He thinks I'm just seeing stuff that's not there because he's never seen anything that I describe. I'm not too sure on what my grandmother was really like because my mother doesn't talk about her very much, and she passed before I was even born. But I do remember her Ouija board was still in the house when we moved in. My sister likes to make jokes that I'm a witch. That's because I see things and I pick up on vibes that no one else seems to. Mainly because every boy who's broken up with me, their trucks blew up not even a week later. Happened like 3 times now, and I swear I don't touch their trucks. Must have something against them. Here's something. This all started back when I was 16. I've always been extremely interested in urban exploration, especially to places that are abandoned with a colorful history. Whether the building is condemned or out of commission, whatever the case may be. Being from Texas, there's plenty of opportunities to find places like this. This story, however, is about an orphanage called Woodman Circle. This is a very real place. You can search it for yourself and read up on the history of it in case you don't believe what I'm saying is accurate. The orphanage is located in Sherman, Texas. Sherman is a very small town, probably less than 50,000 people. Not much else to look at, the orphanage piqued my interest. If you don't know it's there at night, it's pretty easy to miss. It's behind a long line of trees just east of the freeway. It's across a long courtyard. It stretches up into the darkness right before your eyes, really. From what I understand, it was intended for widows and orphan children, making it a seemingly ideal place to explore if you're looking to scare yourself a bit. The building itself was abandoned sometime during the 1970s, and has had a couple of fires since then. Property's been passed around to various owners over the years, and certain private owners and a number of attorney groups. At the time of this story, the owners were a couple with some sort of trust corporation. There's no effort of maintenance or renovation, so basically the building has sat rotting for close to 50 years now. Aside from a few no trespassing signs, nothing else had been added. Well, being 16, I looked at the warnings against entry as an invitation. Parked my car in the neighborhood about a mile down the road as to not raise the suspicion of any Johnny Q laws. During the walk to the orphanage, I was smoking cigarettes, listening to some Pink Floyd, simply trying to get myself into an already edge mindset. It was a decently warm night, but I still had a light jacket on just in case the exploration required me to crawl or something of that nature. Kept peering over my shoulder, starting to feel more and more uneasy. Not necessarily due to anything paranormal, but like a cop or some nosy person from the neighborhood had an idea of what my intentions were, maybe going to make it a point to fuck up my plans. I decided to turn my music off so I could hear if someone or something was coming up behind me. Also, ensuring that if I heard a car coming, I could duck just behind the tree line and hide for the possibility of it being a police car. It took about 15 minutes to make the mile-long walk before I could make out of the silhouette of the orphanage. I ventured into the tree line, came to a sort of 3-strand barbed wire fence. I put my hands on the second line of barbed wire, pushed it down wide enough for me to slip through. As soon as I was through the barbed wire fence, pulled my pack of Marlboros out of my jacket, put a cigarette on my lips, pulled out my Zippo and lit it. And there before me laid Woodman's circle. Now, I want to make it clear that I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, or anything of that nature. Not to say I couldn't ever believe in them, I'm just really hadn't any of that kind of experience that left me with no other explanation. But when I first approached the main building, there's a staircase with maybe 10-15 steps leading up to the front door. And at this point, I hadn't heard a car or even the wind for that matter. For a couple of minutes now. The sheer silence was so acute that I could hear the tobacco popping in my cigarette. Burrs. I'm not sure if anybody who reads this is a smoker, but you'd be able to hear your cigarette crackling if it's pretty damn quiet. Oh yeah. I was also quite aware of my own breathing at this point. I could feel myself making a conscious effort to breathe as slowly and as smoothly as possible. Did my best to listen for anything, any sound at all. Still nothing. Started to step toward the front door. Realized at that moment exactly how loud my Converse were on the pavement. Tilted my feet to attempt to walk to the sides of my shoes the best I could. Tried to push the door open, but it just wouldn't budge. From what I could see, it wasn't nailed or boarded shut, so I just kept trying. After a couple of attempts, I figured it just wasn't going to be in that way, so over to the left of the main building is another building. I could see that the door was wide open, so I decided to give that way a shot. As I walked to the other door, I gazed over the courtyard, expecting to see a police officer walking across the grass ready to fine me for trespassing. However, I was still alone. Got to the second door and saw that it was pushed open about 3/4 of the way, enough for me to see clear down the hallway all the way to the back of that particular building. It's hard to estimate, especially being as dark as it was, but I would guess the hallway itself was 150 feet long, maybe 10 feet wide. I could see shadows of debris that littered the ground, and kept having the thought of one of those shadows staring to move and floating around in my head. I do that to myself quite often. Thinking of the scariest outcome of scenarios that I'm in, and pondered the question, what would I do? I walked into the hallway and made every attempt to silence my footsteps as much as possible. The ground was so cluttered and covered in dirt and rocks it made it impossible to stay completely quiet. I kept glancing from side to side into every doorway that I came parallel with. I could see that they were rooms, and they had bed springs and toilets and bathtubs, even little bits of clothing. At that moment I was more interested than scared, but only for the moment. A feeling of dread was beginning to wash over me. I decided to start walking down the hallway from the direction I came in and head toward the main part of the building. Streetlights made the main building somewhat easier to see on the inside. Didn't have a flashlight with me, and I was trying to use the light from my phone sparingly. I didn't want somebody from the street seeing my light on in the building, essentially giving me away. I made it to the main building and spotted the front door. I attempted to enter from earlier. Went to get closer, and the door handle on the inside was the same as the outside. One of those handles with the little thumb latch on the top. To my utter shock, the door came open with ease. Couldn't believe it. I was sure the door was blocked in some way. Nail in the frame, caulked shut, something, but no. It was as easy as opening the front door to my own house. I decided to close it again as to not arouse suspicion. I just turned and looked at the layout of the entryway. I thought of the possibility that I may not be alone as I thought. The door wasn't blocked by anything and definitely wasn't locked. And even if it was, somebody would have had to unlock it or moved whatever obstacle that was preventing it from opening out of the way at some time. Or at least perhaps in the same amount of time it took me to walk in from the side entrance. We're talking in the matter of 3 or 4 minutes here. It also would have had to have done it completely silently. I just didn't see how that was possible. I explained away the fears. I maybe must have been opening the door wrong. Maybe it was one of those doors that, when locked, can only be opened from the inside, like a public bathroom lock or something. Still, I found it very eerie, at least, and rather unsettling. There were a few doors visible, only one of which was enough light for me to navigate, so I chose that one. Went to the door on my right, and it led me to a small corridor. The corridor was Z-shaped, and it opened up into what appeared to be some sort of common room. There were plenty of windows to let light from the street sort of seep in. So I glanced around to see if I could spot anything of interest. There was a dumbwaiter over to my left, so I went to check that out, and the cart wasn't in the shaft, or at least not on this level. So I grabbed my phone for a little bit of light. Used my finger to cover the light so it wouldn't be visible from outside. Pointed my light up the shaft of the dumbwaiter and looked up. I could see what looked like the car, possibly stuck, at least 4 or 5 feet above my head. I looked down. Sitting on the bottom of the shaft was what I think were children's clothes, probably 3 or 4 feet below me. Definitely couldn't reach them from where I was. So I honestly couldn't tell you if the clothes were modern or not, and as far as I knew, they could have belonged to a kid that lived there during the time of the orphanage's operation and all that. I left them be. So I stood back up and looked around the common room again, still entertaining the idea of possibly having company lurking elsewhere in the building. I began to focus on the massive amounts of graffiti splattered all over the walls. Some of the ones I took note of were dated as far back as 1985. There could have been older examples, but none with dates on them. Blew my mind to think of people walking around this building exploring through the rubble and leaving behind graffiti 10 years before I was even born. While I was reflecting on the amount of time the building had just been sitting there, I heard something. It sounded like talking, but extremely muffled. I could tell there was more than one person, but I wasn't confident enough to guess if it was more than 2. I quickly turned my phone light off and tried to be as quiet as I could. From the sound of it, I thought it might be coming from somewhere behind the building. So I started to make my way toward the back, which I could see some of the windows, and all these were facing the rear of the building. As I got closer, I realized that the talking seemed to be coming from an actual room in the orphanage. I was in no way going to introduce myself based on the fact that I don't know whoever it is, and I can't tell if they're a threat or if they're even aware of my presence at this point, or rather aware, I'm sure. Went through another door toward the back corner of the common room. It's led me to like another small hallway with a few doors on either side. There were 3 doors on the left and 2 on the right. And this hallway probably led outside at some point, but it looked as though the door had been blocked or maybe sealed off. I stood at the entrance of the hallway listening. The conversation was down to a whisper, so I wasn't really able to make out any words. I took another couple of steps into the hall, slowly gazed into the first room on my right. It was empty. I could tell that whoever was talking was on the right side of the hallway, so I knew they had to have been in the room right next door to the one I was in. Poked my head out of the room for a better chance to hear. As soon as I looked around the corner of the doorframe, I heard somebody say very sharply, "Shh!" Fuck. I stopped breathing. My whole body tensed up. I even tried to put my hand on my chest to keep my heart from beating too loudly. Started to weigh my options. Option 1, just to ensure my safety, I could quickly turn on my phone light to improve my sight line of sight. Make a run for the front door just on the other side of the common room. Sprint across the courtyard and into the street. And at that point, I don't care who sees me, I just want to be out of there. Or option 2, I could show myself. I know it sounds fucking insane, but maybe if I show myself to whoever else is here, we can just have a big laugh about how scared shitless we all are. We can all leave comfortably. Who knows? Maybe they're all as scared as I am. However, there were more of them than there was of me, at least by one. Couldn't imagine them being as scared as me. I knew exactly how I would have felt if I had a couple of friends or even just one friend there with me. I would have felt about 10 times better knowing I have backup. Still, couldn't shake the feeling of the possibility that if I started to run, the fear would set in a million times more than it already has. I decided to go with option 2. I spent a few seconds gathering whatever courage I could muster, and I spoke out. "Hello?" Silence. "Hello?" Again silence. "Listen, I just came in here to take a look around. I can leave, though." Several seconds of silence. "Hello?" By now, it had been about 15 seconds with no response. I stepped out of the room I was in and looked around the corner of the doorframe to their room. Terrifyingly, the room was empty. Nothing to suggest there were people in there. I was in the deafening silence again, alone. I began to panic, so I grabbed my phone and turned my light on. Spun around to make a run for the front door. And right as I turned, I spotted someone sticking their head down out of a hole in the ceiling, smiling at me. I couldn't move. I felt like I was experiencing something akin to sleep paralysis. Didn't even feel like I was standing anymore, but more like there was some kind of feeling of horror that filled me up. And that's what was keeping me upright. It was definitely a person, not a ghost or an apparition, but it seemed just a tad off. I don't know, like their smile was uncomfortably wide, and their eyes were unusually small and spaced apart. Couldn't even conjure up another thought or another emotion. I screamed, and I rarely scream out of fear. Not saying I don't get scared. If somebody jumped out at me, I do the same thing most people do and take a real sharp breath in, but it's seldom that something scares me so much I actually scream. I started to sprint to the door, not even using my phone light with no regard for anything except escaping. I just ran. Made it to the front door and flung it open. Barely breaking stride, I scampered down the stairs, taking them 4 or 5 at a time, ran across the courtyard, made it to the tree line. Grabbed hold of the barbed wire fence, turned my head to look over my shoulder, and on the porch of Woodman's circle stood 3 people, I guess. They were really doing anything. They're just standing there, staring at me. Couldn't make out their facial expressions or even their facial features. And all of a sudden, one of them began to scream. The scream sounded exactly like my scream, or at least the memory of the sound of my own scream still resonating in my head. Couldn't tell you if I was meant to, or if that scream was meant to mock or taunt, or if it was something else entirely. I just don't know. But I was still scared out of my mind. So I slipped through the barbed wire fence, ran straight to where I parked my car. Being a smoker, running wasn't my strong suit. But since I was only 16, I hadn't been smoking very long. Made the mile-long run to my car in probably less than 7 minutes. I hit the unlock button on my key fob, flung my door open, cleared my breath, or throat, and jumped into my car. Locked my doors, started the engine, and just sat there for a second. And after about a minute, I put my car in drive, started the drive home. And that's where my adventures that night ended. I have no idea what the hell happened or who the hell those people were. And truthfully, couldn't even say if they were people. Suppose it could have been something else, but I just can't bring myself to definitively say that that was the case. Man in a brown trench coat and hat that wasn't there. The events were more or less all the same. My 2 best friends, a married couple, would come over to hang out by me, watch movies, play video games. The layout of the room is this. The front door was over the corner of the room. My couch was on the same wall as the door, with just a couple of feet of wall between the couch and the door. TV was obviously on the opposite wall, so if you're watching TV on the couch, if somebody opened the door or was standing there, they'd be right at the limit of your peripheral vision. They didn't tell me until I moved out because they didn't want to freak me out, but almost every time they came over and sat in front of the TV, they would see a man standing just inside the door in a brown trench coat and a brown brimmed hat. I'm guessing a fedora or something. If they turned their head, he just wasn't there. And if they turned their eyes while keeping their head straight forward, they saw the same thing. Nothing. But they say, when they weren't trying to look directly at him, that he was unmistakably there, never moved, and despite living there a few years, I never had any interaction with him, or even so much as saw him myself. As far as anything else it could have been, possibly something in the background or decoration on the wall. I did have a coat rack behind the door, but it was a single 1x6 oak board mounted horizontally with silver, hooks and stuff. Any coats I'd ever worn had been black, and my apartment was well lit. Wall color was an extremely lively green, think the shade of an oak leaf in the middle of summer, but a brighter, more vibrant tone. So I really don't think there is any optical illusion at play either. Paranormal M invites you to explore the eerie side of life, where every story reveals the unexpected. Subscribe now and tap the bell to stay connected to our haunting tales. Are you ready to face the unknown? The Lady in White. I was in middle school, probably 7th or 8th grade. Had just gotten home from school. We live in a single wide home, and when you walk in the front door, you were dumped into the living room. That has a hallway and some bedrooms on your right. To your left was the kitchen and a hallway with the laundry room, bathroom, and my parents' bedroom at the end. My dad kept the desktop computer on a desk next to a window in the living room. That's where you could look left and see straight down the hall to the bedroom. Anyway, I was home alone until my sister, who was in high school, returned home about an hour after me. While sitting at the computer scrolling through Facebook, I kept having this strong feeling that I was being watched from the hall on my left, toward my parents' room. Every minute or so, almost subconsciously, I would look down the hall, feeling something's eyes on me. After about 5 minutes of repeating this, I told myself I would look once more. Then I stopped because all I was doing was freaking myself out. So I do just that, except this time, I meet eyes with a woman standing at the edge of the kitchen and hallway. I completely froze. She was a partial apparition, mostly visible, but I could still see through her only somewhat. There were no color, except for her white, like her skin and eyes and hair and clothing. We stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Realistically, maybe 15 seconds. And then I noticed that she had another spirit with her. To this day, it's still hard for me to remember what the other spirit was, but I know it was either a small child or a medium-sized dog. They just weren't in my focus for some reason. The woman was. I blinked back to the woman, but she was gone, along with the other spirit that was with her. I told myself I was more than likely just seeing things from making myself paranoid. But still, to this day, it haunts me. I wasn't afraid of the spirits themselves, more just in shock that I actually saw something when I wasn't expecting to. I never saw the Lady in White or her sidekick ever again. I wish I knew why she chose to show herself just that once. Does death make house calls? Backstory. I grew up in a haunted house, and I have many stories from growing up there. I had become accustomed to the paranormal, and I accepted it. Fortunately, it was never anything malicious. Now, as a mother and living in a house and, land that are not haunted, I appreciate that my children will not have to have the fear growing up on haunted land or in a haunted house. My kids are pretty sensitive and think movies like The Good Dinosaur are scary, so we never really dove into ghost stories with him. Odd that I was watching Freddy and Jason at their age, and my kids have no idea what horror genre even is, or what a vampire may be. Want to paint the picture that there are very, sheltered from paranormal and unexplained stuff. My husband doesn't believe in any of it, and I figure kids are smart and will eventually get it and not need me persuading them one way or the other. This is where my ghost story begins. My middle child, who's now 8, they've had some encounters that at least make me believe that she's either sensitive or has a really creative imagination. Anyway, last November, middle of the night, I hear middle child screaming. They're screaming my name. And this is out of character for her to wake up in the middle of the night, and this isn't a I'm afraid of the dark scream. This is a I'm panicking scream. I'm up and out of the room and into hers within seconds. She's on her top bunk, and the bunk bed's up to my older sister's room and closet's on the other side of that wall. Look around the room, closet doors closed, and nightlight is still on. Nothing really looks out of the ordinary. What's the matter? I'm scared, I can't sleep. She's crawling into my arms over the rail, not going toward the ladder at the bottom of the bed. Ugh, what's there to be afraid of, I think. Okay, well, I'm really tired, so why don't you come sleep on the floor next to my side of the bed? Okay. We get her settled in, and I lay back down, and she just keeps moving, restless, tossing, turning. Hey, why are you still awake? Everything okay? As a mom, I know she wasn't just scared, and she isn't telling me something. But I'll give her time. A few minutes later, do you think strangers can get into the house? I don't think a stranger got into our house, do you? No, I don't think so. But what if they did? I think we're safe. Not only do we check the doors every night, but we also have cameras on all the entrances. Those tell us when there's movement with range, and I don't see anything out of the ordinary on the images. We would never let a stranger into the house. I believe our security system keeps us as safe as possible, so silence follows. A few minutes later, more tossing and turning, and I think, this is it. No more sleeping today. Why do they always have to wake me up early on the weekend? 4:40 a.m. I ask her if she's ready to go downstairs. She more than happily agrees. We go to the basement so I could start some laundry. This is when she decides she's ready to talk about why she was screaming, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy." Mom, I think I saw a ghost. Do you know what a ghost is? Last time you said you saw a ghost, you drew me a picture of the Pac-Man ghost. So, what is a ghost? A ghost is a dead person, just like me and you, but the inside. Alright, what happened? I'm trying to keep busy with the laundry and listening, so I don't add any fuel to her story or show anything concerning me. I woke up, I opened my eyes, and there was a little girl with her head on my pillow. Her mouth was open like this, and she shows me a wide-open O or ah face. She has braids and a dress on. Well, that kind of freaked me out, so I decided to turn over and face the wall. The wall, there was this thing. It was all black and had a pointy hood, and it was coming through the wall toward me. It was so dark, and that's when I started screaming for you. Can you describe this black thing? Have you ever saw a picture of it before? Not exactly, but it's like the dark pony on my little pony that has a jacket with a hood on it. But the hood was pointy at the top. I couldn't see a face, and it was scary. She's telling me this, and I'm absolutely amazed that the little ghost girl didn't scare her. Seriously. If I woke up to somebody staring into my face like that, my reaction wouldn't be to turn around and face the wall. Now I'm concerned. What she is describing to me sounds like the Grim Reaper, and everything I know about that is it appears to those whom are about to die. I go back upstairs and I Google the Grim Reaper and show her one that doesn't have a skeleton face, but more of the hood style. Yes, Mom, that's exactly what I saw. She's now playing her tablet and I'm searching Google for what does it mean. I don't want my healthy 7-year-old girl taken away from me. What day is it? No. Can't believe this was not the first thing I thought about today. This is the first time in 8 years that this wasn't the first thing on my mind when I woke up. My 5-month-old niece died on this day, 8 years ago, from SIDS. The loss still hangs heavy in our hearts, and we didn't mention this to our kids. We were too busy this year, and we forgot to put out our remembrance candles, and we haven't mentioned her in a long time. Did she get a visit from her? Or is it just a coincidence that it was the same day she died 8 years ago? Why was the Grim Reaper or another entity being present with a little girl? Our house isn't haunted, and we've been here 6 years. Can't really find much about the Grim Reaper or anything like this happening to others, but it's freaked her out and my other two as well. She conveyed the fear that she felt that day to her sisters. She wouldn't return to sleep into her room until mid-February 2019. She began by needing someone to go upstairs with her. She eventually would begin going in her room during the day and only if someone else was with her. Then it grew to her going into her room during the day by herself. Never at night and never to sleep. The 3 girls slept in a triple bunk in one of the rooms for almost 3 months closest to our room. And even all throughout the holidays. She eventually returned to that room after somebody did die, my grandmother. A death I've dreaded for my whole life. Raised me and was the mother figure in my life, and it's been almost a year since this has happened. Nothing else has occurred since. The middle child sleeps in her room every night, and I don't want to ask her about it again, for fear and that it'll send everyone into being scared again. Steam or ghost? This occurred 12 years ago, as of yesterday. I remember this event. I was due to hanging out with a cousin yesterday. It was on her anniversary, and this story occurred driving home from her wedding. My spouse and I were on our way home from the cousin's wedding. It was around 10:30 p.m. I remember checking the time due to being worried about having to host my sister's baby shower the next day. To help set the scene, it's in the northeast USA in the fall in a small historic suburban village. This suburb is built around a creek. We were passing an area that's filled with trees and not much street lighting. Some hills and declines on each side. Houses are hard to see from the road due to the trees not completely shedding their leaves yet. Or maybe the angle of their driveway with these hills and turns. I remember looking down at the time and back to the roads. We just turned left to go up a hill, which will start to level out as we approach the village area. But I notice steam coming out of a drain on the right-hand side of the road. It's that time of year where fog's coming and drain water will be warmer than the air. Something about this steam didn't click with me. My brain kept telling me something's odd with this steam. My brain is telling me it should be coming out of a round drain, but I've never witnessed any steam that would swirl straight up 5 feet. My brain is also saying that drain is too far away from the road edge. Why would somebody put a drain in their front yard like that? As we passed this interesting steam mist, I looked down at the ground to try and catch a glimpse of this drain. As we pass, my spouse yells, "Oh my God, did you see that?" No, I was looking at the ground. Why? What happened? You didn't see that lady in white standing in that yard? The old-fashioned dress? No, I was looking at the ground for the drain. Wait, what side of the road? And after more discussions, we realized we'd both picked up on the same abnormality. They looked at it straight on, while my brain was fascinated on the source on the ground. And my spouse is not somebody that believes in the paranormal. This is the only time that they've ever alluded to seeing something. To this day, they will not admit this occurred to anyone. Every time we'd just take the way home, I'd look for that elusive drain. Never found a drain on the side of the road there or in anyone's front lawn. Wish my brain would have used more logic, since that area drains down to the creek, and no storm drains are even needed. Seems like the logic part of your brain got the better of you anyway, because instead of looking at the mist, you're looking for the source. Which is something I might also do by accident. Whoopsie. Haunted bunk bed. This occurred when I was around 10 years old. I grew up in a small town and lived in a 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house with 6 people. This meant my sisters and I shared a small room. My grandma decided she was tired of having no space in her room with the 3 single beds, and it was time to get a bunk bed. In this small town, I remember shopping for this bunk bed in this rundown store. It wasn't the typical furniture store. I almost believe it was a second-hand shop or some type of discount store. By the time I was in my teens, this building was turned into a billiard and game room. This place wasn't there long when the exciting day arrived. We put the bunk bed in the room, moved a dresser with a small black and white old TV and Atari. These were not new, but moved from another location in the house. This was the late 80s, and yes, we had an Atari when everyone else had a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo. The Atari and TV were placed so that I could sit on the end of a single bed and use it as sort of a chair while we played the Atari. The space between the single bed and the bunk bed was maybe 2 or 3 feet, and this is when the paranormal activity in our room started to become more frequent. I had opted to take the single bed since my sister really wanted to sleep in the cool bunk bed. They had more stories than myself, honestly. Anyway, one night I remember being in the room alone playing on the Atari. My grandma and mom were talking to some family members that had stopped by. My sisters were watching TV in the family room. Again, small house, small room. I know I was alone in the room as well. And being alone with the Atari was something that didn't happen often. I was focused on my game. That's when, to my right, I could hear the bunk bed shake a little bit, like someone just grabbed it and shook it for a second. That had to be my imagination, right? A few seconds more go by, and the thing shakes again, this time for a few seconds. I remember distinctly telling myself, don't be afraid, don't look, don't be afraid, it's nothing. Almost to a new high score, and if I die, I don't have to be giving anyone else a turn. Motivation to stay. A few more seconds go by as I keep playing my game. It shakes a 3rd time for what I remember being the same interval as the last. Again, I tell myself to be strong, not to be afraid, it's just your imagination. Don't even look. Well, with whatever was happening, I must have pissed it off with my lack of response or acknowledgement. The bunk bed had begun violently shaking with no stopping. I just stood up and ran, dropping the Atari paddle and hearing it swing into the dresser. I didn't get to beat my high score. My grandma and mom didn't believe me. I was laughed at by the visiting family members. At least I didn't have to sleep in that bunk bed or go back into that room by myself. My sisters have some other more scary stories than an old man ghost standing on the end of the bed climbing the ladder with glowing white hair. One was hearing glass shatter in the room, not being able to find the source. Quite a few more, but that was my paranormal scary story with it. We ended up having a house fire due to a malfunctioning AC unit 4 years later and destroyed that bed. After restoring the house and damages, my twin and I ended up moving back into that room with 2 single beds. The air in that room felt lighter and more free. Never had a paranormal experience in that room after that. Hence, we dubbed it the haunted bunk bed. Way to do the opposite thing you're designed for, air conditioner. The Fairy Museum. Last week, my girlfriend sent me a link to a Facebook post for a fairy museum and nature trail. She's excited to go there for a date. They have peacocks, and I'm excited because I love nature. Sounds like a win-win. So I only look at the pictures of the post before saying yes. Later, we're in the middle of our date day. We decide, yes, let's go to this museum even though it is a little bit far away from where we live. The museum is down a small declining hill just past a family-owned gas station. The hill is lined with glasses and succulents and decrepit tricycles like a mock fence, yet still seemed quirky when we arrived. There were peacocks as soon as you stood inside the main gate, and this gate sort of sectioned off the start of the nature trail, while in front of it was a series of old buildings, sheds, and barns. Kind of gives the effect of a very small town or a compound. We start with the trail, and on both sides, kind of atop posts, there's birdhouses made to look like different styles of churches. And on each post, there's a sign. Some say, live, laugh, and love, and others say, you are a guest here. It's obviously an attraction with Christian themes, which is fine, but a little bit unexpected. None of the reviews mentioned any of this. They also failed to mention the clusters of stone angels and, well, I think they mean angels, and cherubs. Isolation trail that leads to the river like it has a purpose. The disembodied cows and moose head on the way. I started to feel off 20 minutes into our walk. Excuse me? A little bit heavy and anxious, but without a racing heart, an uncomfortable feeling, but oddly not one that made me want to leave. Maybe it was because of the brush and bushes are so dense that you can't easily tell if there's children from a family head or if you're just crying or if peacocks. They all sound very similar. I can't get past the decapitated heads that you're talking about. So we continue on past the 2 warm bronze statues of Einstein, Mark Twain, and Lincoln. The tennis court-sized slabs of concrete hosting children's statues in various activities. Roller skating, stilt walking, reading, and jumping. After another large cluster of angles in prayer, we reach the end. We haven't even visited the little ghost town or the museum, but I'm starting to not want to stay. There's mannequins in the buildings, not really engaged in normal activities like you might think somebody would use them for. In one building, a woman stands looking out of the front door, while another figure lurks in the background by the counter. Not at it, just by it. More notably, strange part was all the other 6 or 7 cars in the parking lot. Yet, I'd only seen 2 groups of people beside us. It was very quiet, though, like, besides the crying. The radio seems to not want to work. As we're leaving the site, it fades in and quietly out while we try to, get Google Maps to connect to something. It does once we leave. All we can do is laugh, almost hysterically, because the feeling changes the farther we go away from the place. The heaviness is dropping away slowly, and I wasn't the only one who felt it. So did my girlfriend, who says that she tried not to look at the angels for too long because, well, she couldn't be sure if they weren't looking back at her as well. I Apparently, my aunt and cousins had also gone to this museum and this nature trail before. But our experiences were very different. She doesn't remember it being creepy, just eccentric. I think if you can't feel how liminal a space is, it'll seem just a little bit eccentric, but if you're like me, and maybe my girlfriend, it'll make you want to take a bath in sage. You walked past decapitated heads, huh? Yikes. The unforgettable experience. This incident took place 6 months back after Diwali festival. It's an Indian festival just like Christmas. We've taken rented house, and we've been staying there for almost a year. We had a neighbor whose lady is working hospital as a nurse. She was nice to us. She sometimes shared the food with us. It's normal in India neighbors share food with each other. On Diwali occasion, we went back to our hometown because of holidays, but my sister came up early. That's because she had some important office work. So after a couple of days later, I also came back. I was feeling uncomfortable in my apartment. I had feelings that something bad happened. I came at the day late at night. Couldn't sleep because I wasn't feel normal, so whole night I was awake and around 2:30 a.m. I felt someone very close to me. I got out of bed and checked my room, but nothing was there. So I went back to get sleep. Again, I felt like somebody's close to me, so I just stayed in blanket and awake all night. The next day I asked my sister, that where's our neighbor? I haven't seen her. My sister simply said nothing and ignored my question, so I didn't ask twice. A couple of days later I told her about my experience that she told me the truth. My sister had told me that our neighbor had been found dead in her apartment last week. My sister was crying while telling me this. I was in trauma for seconds because I couldn't believe that she's dead. Then I realized why I was feeling uncomfortable on that day, when I got back into my apartment from my hometown. That lady was a good person. During Ramadan, the whole month and morning, she used to cook for us for fasting. She treated me like her son. Can't believe she's gone. I don't know her family background, but I know she was staying all alone in that apartment. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to her, and that was the bad part. This isn't scary at all, but sometimes I feel her around me. Never seen, but I feel she's here. When I pass her apartment, I feel like the door will open. She will come outside with her smile. No, it's never going to happen, but I always look at that apartment that way. Is someone trying to reach me? My aunt was a pagan. She taught me a lot, and I started my religious study around 13. I stayed in the church, Christian, until I was older. Alone, my mother was not a fan of churches. I later realized I agreed with her. I studied other religions for a while. Honestly, one of the reasons I stopped was walking to Baptist church and being treated like a slut for refusing to let the boys touch or talk to me in the way that they liked. You would think that would mean the opposite. Anyway, my aunt told me a lot, and I read a lot too. Never actually been my religion. I can say that it makes more sense to me than many others. My aunt died about 10 years ago. At the time, it floored me as she died in a brutal car accident, and I was supposed to go with her. She was a very wonderful woman. Man loved me very much. So, of course, when I didn't get a visit from her right away, I thought to myself that the afterlife must not exist. But then something started to visit me at night. I don't know how else to explain it other than kind of tickling along my forehead, like the third eye area, and also my hairline, just in that area. So I naturally assumed it was her. It became a comfort to me at night as I laid down for bed once in a while. The sensation would visit me. I'd even ask yes or no questions and try to get answers. What's weird is that it's progressed throughout the years. At first, it was once in a while, then nearly every single night. Now it happens basically daily, sun or moon. It's driving me mad, honestly. I don't know if it's a spirit guide, my aunt, or my higher self. My best theory as to the daily visits started happening only a little after a year ago when I found my faith in God again. It was after my mother died. It's that something's trying to reach me, and it's stronger the more open my mind is. Unexplained smell. I was 11 years old when my grandpa died. On that day, my brother and I were in the living room playing games on our PC. Suddenly I turned around and I saw a pigeon standing on my window. In our country, that means something bad is going to happen. Where I'm from, it's if they're flying over you. 30 minutes later, we got a phone call saying our grandpa died. And me being that young, I didn't understand what was going on. Later, we got to our grandparents' house, and the moment I stepped in, I smelled something. Smelled like death. Saw my grandpa lying in the casket. His pale skin, his eyes wide open. Stood there watching my grandpa's lifeless body. A few days later, my grandma, was scared to death. She couldn't sleep in her room, so she slept in the living room. She claimed that she saw him. Maybe it was her imagination, or she actually did see him. One day, we're all sitting in the living room. That's when my mom decided to ask her, "Do you see him at night?" Grandma replied, "Yes, I see him every night. I'm terrified to sleep in our bedroom because I can see him and he talks to me." My grandparents slept in that room 61 years, and this was a really big change for her. Everything she knew just disappeared. Let me tell you something about the house. The house is old and was made from stone in 1958. Even in summer, it's a very cold place to stay. In the living room, she had these 3 old paintings that are painted with dark colors. They're actually creepily religious. She also has a furnace, so that's the only warm place in the whole house. She has this big hallway and this really old mirror. So old, you can't even see a reflection. At the end of the hallway is the attic. Turning left, it's the main kitchen and another scary long hallway that leads into another part of the house. This part of the house also has a big hallway and 6 rooms. All rooms are the same. But this one room was uncomfortable to me. The room itself was big. The ceiling was made of wood, and the bed was in the middle, and next to the door was a big scary wooden closet that I've never opened. Why is that room uncomfortable for me? That's because that's where my grandpa died. Whenever I enter that room, my hands are shaking like crazy. And I smell this exact smell I smelled 3 years ago in that exact room where my grandpa died. I'm convinced that he's still roaming around the house, especially around those 6 rooms. My grandmother and I saw something, and she never wants to talk about it. So this is when I was a kid, around 8 or 9 years old. Had a family trip to our village. The village with no electricity back then. Around 17 years ago, that's where my grandmother stayed on her own. The day we visited, it always used to be a surprise as there was no phone connection too, and letters never even arrived. So she wasn't well prepared to receive us. I clearly remember it was a vivid sunny afternoon. Granny asked if I wanted to go near the woods. It's a very small patch of land with old trees. She'd be sort of fetching wood for cooking. We went just about a few minutes' walk. Then what I can describe is we heard a chopping kind of sound to our right. Granny simply shouted, "Who's there?" The sound didn't stop. She walked toward it, and all I could see as we went closer, about a few good meters away, there was an axe kind of a weapon. Not sure, it was not really lucidly visible. It was cutting a tree on its own. The thing is, it was around maybe 1 or 2 feet off the ground there. Wasn't anybody holding it. Tree wasn't even shaking or something from the hit either. I didn't get what I saw. Then my granny just grabbed me tight, asked me to stand behind her. She again asked who was there. The sound stopped. I didn't hear any footsteps either. She then literally dragged me by the hand to the house. I was visibly shaken and terrified and crying. She told me something, or rather told something to my dad in the other room, and Dad seemed worried. That was it. Had a high fever for a few following days. Subsided soon after a village priest gave some weird turmeric-sweetened water to drink. I'd asked Mom. She had no clue. My dad doesn't remember the events now, and he had a stroke a few years back. My granny's very old now, doesn't say much, but whenever I ask, she says it was nothing, or sometimes says that it was my uncle. My uncle was in the house that day, and I'm sure of it, and he's 5 or 10 feet tall, 5'10". So what was it, guys? I'm always kind of intrigued. Me too. Sleep paralysis demon/ghost. This used to happen to me when I was a teenager, and lasted roughly from when I was 14 to 15 years old, shortly after I started high school. Before that, it had happened to me from time to time, but it was during those years that it was at its roughest and scariest. I dreaded going to sleep back then because for a time this would almost happen to me every day at about the same time regardless. Back then, when I went to sleep every night at about 3 or 4 a.m., and in the morning I would be awoken by the same dream or nightmare. It would start out as me hearing somebody opening my room door. What I would see was a little shadow child peer out of it, then rush toward me, jumped on my chest. Felt as if a massive weight were on my chest. All I could do was just struggle to breathe while having the greatest fear that I've ever felt course through me at the same time. In these events, I could have done nothing, just simply waited out. It often felt like it would go on for minutes at a time, but in actuality, it probably lasted 30 or so seconds. The scary part in all of this is what happened then. It being that I would wake up, like, a little bit before just enough for me to stare at my wall clock. And it knew that I knew what time it was. That was when it would strike. Also afterwards, whenever I was awake and had run out of my bed and turned on the lights, my bedroom door would always be slightly open, just a few inches. About 53 to 6 inches. This is what separated it from what I now know as night paralysis. The scary part of all of this was that it seemed to have known that I could do nothing against it. I was too scared to have told my parents and my siblings because I didn't want them to think me crazy or a coward. So I just dealt with it. It only stopped once I stopped myself and getting afraid of it. Simply just let it do what it did. I mean, I couldn't run away, nor did I want to tell anybody, so as a kid, I just let it happen night in, night out. It did eventually stop, but for that year in my life, it was one of the most traumatic and scary. Later, when I was in college and was able to talk with my family about this, I learned that in my culture, this creature was known as Dabzog. The scary part of this is that it's actually connected with several deaths in California and others stated in the U.S., and was the inspiration for Freddy Krueger. I kid you not. You can search for it on Google. How Hello Kitty changed my life. For context, when I graduated from college and was living alone in my first apartment by myself, I was able to find a cheap enough but decent place to live in my city. The rent was $600 a month for a one-bedroom, 1 block from downtown. Nice. Which was a steal, but I later come to find out that the reason for my cheap rent was because the place was haunted, which my apartment manager had forgotten to mention. Also, for reference, as a kid, I was prone to sleep paralysis. And as a kid, I had recently lived in a haunted house. As a kid, and my parents believe in ghosts. I was also working an average of 60 hours a week at my new out-of-college job. The first week of my stay at my new apartment was rather normal, just moving in stuff and getting accustomed to the neighborhood. But I would just find that things seemed to have been moved on their own, and I just seemingly misplaced things, which was not how I did things. See, I'm very organized as a person in general, and me having moved things and forgotten about them was just too out of character. I had no one like roommates to blame but myself. Well, that's how it started, at least. It progressively got worse as I stayed longer there. Things would go missing. Then I would see orbs around the house late at night in my living room. The occasional cold spots, shadows running about my house at the corner of my eyes, footsteps in the middle of the night in my small hallway, and the scariest had to be when I saw a full-bodied apparition of a shadow person in my living room. Now, I used to have night terrors or sleep paralysis as a teenager, and in this apartment I had started to have them all over again. I didn't think this as a coincidence. I dealt with them as I did as a kid and just let it happen. Though this time, things did not simply just go away as I tried to ignore them. It all culminated when I had this nightmare that somebody just was chasing me and then caught me, grabbing me by the arms and pulling me away. As I woke up from this dream, scared as heck, I found that there was a long scratch mark. It's where whatever it was in the nightmare had grabbed me. Needless to say, this scared the piss out of me, but I still chose to stay in that apartment. I still had a lease that I did not want to break. Also, I would say that a bit of male machismo, and the fact that I didn't want to be run out of the first apartment by myself after college. What Hello Kitty had to do with this was that as a joke, a friend decided to take me out on her birthday. Go look at a shelter cat, since on her birthday my city held as an event to get as many shelter cats adopted. I joined her for the heck of it and never planned to adopt any cats since I was a dog person. Long story short, I ended up adopting the most unfriendliest, unsociable cat in the shelter. That's because the cat chose me. Simply walked up to me, rubbed up against my leg, and purred, and said it was going home with me, and I did it, and I named her Kitty. Well, when Kitty moved in, all the hauntings in the house stopped. So was a biatch of a cat, and super territorial. Don't know what she did or how she did it, but the hauntings that had bothered me for months disappeared almost overnight. I guess she brought in a different, more overpowering energy than whatever spirit that was there. But, yeah. Awkward ghost moment. I was working at my first real job after college. I was putting in 60-hour work weeks and had finally gotten a weekend to myself. I decided to do nothing but just stay in with no clothes on all weekend. I was sitting down on my couch watching Netflix in my living room. I'd fallen asleep. Sometime later, in the middle of the night, I'd woken up and felt a chill go past me. I looked up and saw a shadow in the corner of my living room and was scared stiff. I tried to move, but was too scared, thinking I had seen that shadow, and it seemed to be growling as it looked at me. But just then I also realized that I was naked. I don't know if it was the 60-hour-long work weeks or me being a young naked male in my own living room, but a stupid thought came into my mind. Has this ghost been watching me all along, sleeping naked in the living room? Is my ghost a pervert? Some sort of voyeur? At the thought of this, I started laughing, couldn't stop, and just forgot about the ghost that had scared me stiff earlier, and that was not even the worst of it, though. I did not realize it, but in the interval of the ghost scaring me, and the thought of it perving out on me, I'd gotten an erection. Yep, literally scared stiff. I was really a mess of how to feel. Yeah. I don't know whether I should have felt scared, shame, or just stupid. Either way, totally made me forget about the apparition and totally changed the way I'd thought about the haunting in my apartment. Made me think if I were the one who was actually hunting ghosts or spirits in the house with my naked presence. Anyway, the idea of getting sexually aroused by the presence of a ghost had become far more scarier at the moment than the actual ghost. Needless to say, this was not my first nor last encounter in my haunted apartment naked. Alrighty then. Unknown creature sighting in the waters off Sweden. In 2015, I was on a boat traveling from Sweden to Estonia with my family. It's a small cruise ship with maybe 100 people on board. I got pretty claustrophobic in tight quarters with a lot of people, so I tried to stay on the deck as much as I could, and did help that the views that we were passing, as we were all sailing, being incredible. Small islands with little cottages, deep blue waters, and a clear sky. I enjoyed standing by the rail of the ship and looking around, which is how I saw the thing. I heard a sound from below me near the water. I don't know what the sound was, I can't recall, but I looked down anyway. 4 long, thin horns or spires or spikes. Think of a saber, long, thin, slightly curved sword. They were sticking directly out of the water in front of me. They were easily 4 feet long from the top of the water where I assumed the base was to the tapered tips that stood into the air. At first, I thought maybe it was the remnants of something that had sank. But it moved with the boat, and it had a motion like a swimming shark. Slightly side to side, and it swam directly beside the boat for at least a minute. Then it dove down, the sabers disappearing underneath the water, like how a whale dives down after surfacing. The sabers were positioned as if they were points of a regular diamond or rhombus, each one being 3 feet away from each other. So this thing was massive. I've researched fish and animals that live in those waters and can't find anything that matches what I saw. No one else saw it to my knowledge, or if they did, kept it to themselves, like how I did. My most spine-tingling experience. I've experienced different paranormal things and events throughout my life, and have always been an over-the-fence believer. On the fence. Working in theaters for so many years, I'd heard things often, seen a few things here and there, but nothing got underneath my skin as much as the subliminal haunting I experienced. I had just moved with my parents into an older house. It's in a new state and town. The previous owners had left a lot of things behind. mainly storage bins in the attic and a few decorations, and I'd always find the most interesting things in my room. I was in my second year of undergrad. I was staying home for the summer, and I started having these dreams. In these dreams, I was always very sick and dying, or someone I loved was dying. They needed a bone marrow transplant to live. Dreamt about this every night until I left to go back to school. Then I was obsessing over it. All I could think about was donating bone marrow, to the point that when I heard To Be a Match rep was coming to campus, I signed up to donate with them without even thinking twice. As soon as I signed up, the dreams and the obsession stopped. It was like I was finally calm, and all this deep-rooted anxiety left me. Texted my mom that I had made a big decision and wanted to call and just talk to her. She called me almost immediately. "Weirdest thing happened to me today," she said. I told her that I had a weird day too, but she continued. "There was a 5K that went through our neighborhood today, and I asked around to figure out what it was for. Turned out it's a race to raise money for this bone marrow transplant in honor of the woman who used to live in our house. She died waiting on a transplant. Isn't that weird? We didn't even know." Sometimes seeing things or hearing things aren't as scary as feeling things deep inside. Like the need to help when someone is in need, even if that someone isn't alive anymore. A call for help from beyond the grave. I stayed on the list for a full 3 years. Plan to continue being available as a donor. I urge you all to look up bethematch.org and consider making the commitment too. Random funny point, but wouldn't it be funny to move states but be in the same town? And on a less lighter note, that reminds me of my own missing bone marrow. Cheers. Ball of light with 2 witnesses, still unexplained. My mother and I have always had odd things happen to us. When I was younger, music boxes would play on their own at night. Toys would end up places I hadn't put them. My mother had caught a voice on a recording that she couldn't explain. Basically, we both had a slew of experiences we both just dismissed as our imaginations or maybe coincidence. One night, my mother and I just sat in the living room in her new apartment. My parents had just gone through a terrible divorce. Brother and I separated in the custody battle. Both my mom and I were emotionally hurt, stressed, and generally in a dark part of our lives. We sat in the living room, cutting off the TV as we started to wind down for the night. As I stood up and my mother started to head for the stairs, we both stopped. Right in front of us, a bright incandescent ball of light just appeared. It was hot white at the center with an orange afterglow around it. It floated at eye level for a few seconds. Then, almost as if in slow motion, it flew to the other side of the room, disappeared. My mom and I looked at each other and she asked if I had seen it, and I nodded. She asked me to tell her specifically what I had seen. She had seen the very same thing. We still talk about it, and when times get particularly tough for either of us, or if we're feeling isolated and alone, we remind each other that maybe something's looking out for us, and that our mother-daughter bond is powerful, maybe even a little bit magical. I still don't know what the light was, and I feel like it may have been like a past loved one. My grandmother or aunt on my mom's side, somebody who came to comfort us both. Either way, I wonder if I'll ever see it again, or if it would only come back if my mom and I were together in the same room under similar circumstances again. Well, I hope you don't meet the similar circumstances again. Not worth a ball of light. Or maybe it is. Could be nothing, but I still wonder. Back in 2016, I was dating this guy who happened to live right down the street from me. I used to walk to his house at the time, usually at night. We live in a small city in upstate New York. The closest wooded area is about 5 to 10 minutes from where we were. So this night in particular, it was about 11 p.m. I was making my way to his house as usual, and once I got there, I decided to smoke in the back porch before letting him know I had even arrived. While I was smoking, I was actually on the phone with a friend and had my flashlight on as well. It was pretty dark back there. All of a sudden, I start to hear twigs breaking and leaves crunching. There's maybe 2 or 3 trees in his backyard, and like I stated before, the woods are a bit away from us. Anyway, once I noticed the noises, I pointed my flashlight in the direction I thought it was coming from. Then my phone battery drained to 0 and my phone died. I noped the fuck out of there so fast and ran to the front door, and once I was there, I turned my phone back on. It was fine. My battery was back to 70% too. I don't know WTF that whole incident was, but I really want some type of an opinion on it. How did my battery just drain and die at 70%? And only when I pointed toward the noise at night? Just creeps me the out. Plus, at the time I had no idea about cryptids or anything of that nature. Wasn't even introduced to them until 2018. And now I replay that moment in my head all the time. The lost lighter that reappeared. Story of my life. So I have a billing up tray where I roll my spliff, and on that tray I keep a purse, and in that tray I keep my tools. Sat on the floor between my bed and the window, opened my laptop, set it on my bed, and found something to watch on Netflix. The space between my bed and the floor is just big enough for me to sit in. So by sitting on the floor, I'm eye level to the screen on my bed, and I can reach up and ash the spliff out the window. When I smoke in my room, I sit on the floor because smoke rises, and I like to imagine it's just wafting out the window. So I'm sat on the floor, I've set up the Mac, I've rolled my first spliff of the night on my tray on the floor. When I've finished building it, I slide the tray slowly under the bed because, as I said, it's a small space between my bed and my window. I spark the spliff with my yellow lighter, and I smoke my spliff. Spliff goes out a couple of times, I relight it, spliff goes out again, I look for the lighter, and it's gone. Earlier that day, I had been watching videos about parallel universe theories and the Mandela effect, so after checking the obvious places, my tray, my little bag, the windowsill, I think to myself, maybe I've just jumped realities. But let's be clear, I've not moved from this space, and 100% certain of it. I have not moved. Haven't moved, I've not been paying attention to where I've been putting the lighter, but I haven't had to look far the previous times the spliff have gone out. So I'm certain I'm going to find it, and it's 100% within arm's reach of where it is that I sat. So I check the obvious places again and again. Not on the windowsill, under the bed, on the bed, under the back, in my pockets, it's not anywhere. Now I'm getting frustrated. Want to finish my spliff and go to bed. I've turned the purse inside out, literally. Every crevice. I'm looking in places that it clearly is not going to be, because again, I haven't moved, but I look anyway, and on top of the wardrobe where I keep my tray when it's not in use, everywhere. At this point, I've kind of decided to widen my search to beyond my room, because if I find it anywhere outside of my room, I'm going to get scared. But I need a light, so I hesitate, but I decide to go look around the rest of the house. Even go outside in case it's fallen out of the window into the grass and I can't see it in the dark. So I do that. Anyway, the point is, my search was extensive. No lighter. So I gave up. So now my silly thought about jumping realities isn't feeling so silly. So I say out loud, just know that you're going to have to put this lighter back somewhere really creative or not at all in order for me to not think that I've jumped dimensions. I say this as if I'm talking to a ghost or something. I don't know. But anyway, the next morning I was still playing it in my mind and pull my tray down, have another look around my bed and window in the light of day. Nothing. By the evening, I'd forgotten all about it, and I'm pulling my tray down from the top of the wardrobe again for my evening spliff. There it is, on my tray right there. The tray's squeaky clean from my previous night's extensive search, but my bag of tools, weed, and the lighter. The first thing I recall is strange, like memories before memory. My first memories are weird, to say the least. I can remember blackened darkness, and slowly after that flashes of light and white. Quickly following were instants in time where things were happening, just that they didn't happen yet. At first, they were still frames, like photos, but it felt like I was living in the frame. Soon after, scenes started to flash one after another, playing out things I didn't recognize or even understand. Slowly, everything caught up, and I was currently me, a little kid with my parents. I didn't understand what happened at the time or why, and while it was happening, I didn't seem to think or feel really, just remember. Soon after, though, I started to recognize scenes in my life that hadn't played out yet, and know things I shouldn't have known. It was never as specific as, I know this person's name. But I could tell you if I was related to somebody before being introduced by the family, or how certain things would play out in certain situations. As I grew older, the memories of these scenes started to become vague. I started to have periodic deja vu, having strong feelings of how certain things would play out. The duration between this deja vu started to become longer and longer between each event, and the feeling of how it would play out has dulled to just recognition that I'd seen it before. I think it's been almost 2 years since any deja vu. I told my family about it when I was much younger. They thought it was weird, and they didn't think I was lying to them. I've accepted that it could have been my brain tricking itself into deja vu, but I still remember having that as my first memory, and things that happened after. Strange power outage. I was coming home from a friend's house about 2 weeks ago. It was after watching the second episode of the new AHS season. Got a text from my mom saying that the power went out in the house. It wasn't raining or anything, but our neighborhood had lost power previously during a storm a few weeks prior, so I'd assumed that it was just an overlying issue from that. It was also fairly windy, so maybe a tree branch blew into a power line or something. Could have really been anything. As we drove into the neighborhood, I was looking at other houses and streetlights. All the power seemed to be on, and I was joking with my friends about my luck because I assumed that maybe the power outage was just confined to my street. Pulling up, I saw that my streetlights were still on, and all my direct neighbors still had power. At this point, I was getting worried simply because I thought that there was an issue with our house. And our house isn't in the best condition. And without getting into too many details, I'm always worried about issues with it due to our financial situation. It was around 12:30 when I walked in, so I was surprised to see that my mom was still awake. The living room was pitch black except for the blue lights on our couch and armchair. There are electric recliners, so the buttons glow so that way you can see them in the dark. I thought it was weird that those still had power when nothing else did. I asked her if a breaker was flipped, whether or not she already tried to test and reset buttons on the outlets, and a few other things I found online. She told me she had tried everything. Nothing had fixed it. So then started to show me what worked and what didn't. Thought that the power was out entirely, but it seemed instead like it was just very weak. In the garage and both bathrooms, none of the outlets worked at all. but the lights would. When we turned them on, they would flicker. Other than these lights and the buttons on the furniture, it seemed like the power was completely gone. My mom called the power company, who told her that they would send someone out in the house to check on the situation. At this point, I was reading a lot online and was convinced that we'd have to hire an electrician. I was really worried, but my mom said we'd just deal with it as it happened. I walked into my room to get ready for bed. I had assumed the power was off here as well since my fan wasn't on, but however, I realized that my light switch was just turned off. If my light switch is off, there's no power to anything to my room. I flipped it just in case, and to my surprise, my lights and fan came on immediately. It wasn't like the garage or bathrooms where the lights would just flicker. I actually had full power to my entire room and every outlet. It was really strange because there's no other power in the rest of the house. I just decided that I was lucky, took off my glasses and crawled into bed. I have issues sleeping, so I usually lay in bed on my phone while it charges. That's what I did this night. I figured my room had power, so I wouldn't have to worry about my phone charge. Around 2 in the morning, I noticed a bright blue glow from my doorway. I usually sleep with the bedroom door open, so that way my dog can come in and go as she pleases. So if the TV is on in the living room, I can see the light in the hallway from my bed. The issue here is that the power was still completely out. The AC units in the living room were still off. And if the power had come back on, our TV wouldn't have turned on anyway unless we did it ourselves. I looked at the door and I saw that the blue light was coming from a tall figure. It was just standing in the doorway. My eyes are pretty bad, so it was very blurry. Couldn't make out any facial or other distinguishing features. I didn't feel like I was in danger, but I was still pretty wary because I'd never had an experience like this. I've heard voices. I'd seen shadow people and all manner of other things, but this was completely new. I stayed very still. After a few seconds, the figure looked like it was walking away. The light faded as it moved down the hallway, eventually disappearing. As soon as the light had completely disappeared, the power went off in my room. It was very quiet, and I was thinking that maybe it was just my mom with the phone flashlight checking in on me. The electric company did say that they would be coming by to check on the house and power lines, so maybe she was still awake. Like I mentioned, my eyesight is very bad. The blue light could have feasibly been from a phone flashlight. The thing that struck me odd was that all this happened completely without noise. Usually I can hear her bed when she gets up and the hardwood creaks when anybody walks in the hallway and living room. I called for her, asking if the power company was here, no response. I wait, I call again. Still nothing. I decided to get out of the bed, put on my glasses, walking to the living room to see if she was out there. She wasn't. It was even darker than before. The lights on the furniture had gone out as well. Walked back to her room, saw her on the bed with the dog, dead asleep. It was obvious that she hadn't been out of bed. I decided not to dwell on it, and like I said, a lot of weird things happened to me. So I messaged my group chat about it and crawled back into bed. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, the power was back on in the entire house. Everything worked fine. Talked to my mom and asked what the issue was. She said that the power company got people out early that morning around 4 or 5. They called her after they left and put a message on her voicemail that simply said that they had no idea. By the time they came around, the power had seemed fine and saw no issues with our power transformer or power lines in the area. Truthfully, the whole situation was very weird. When I looked it up, all the things I saw on Google were saying that the power situation in the house was something that could happen, but, required an experienced electrician to fix it. Usually from inside the house. How did it just resolve on its own, and why did only our house have power issues at all? And finally, what was the deal with both the glowing blue figure and the fact that the power worked fully in my room when it worked nowhere else? It was very odd. A kid that I worked with sees and hears shadows. I direct a bunch of kids each year about stage theater. One of my new kids I've worked with this year experiences this. I heard it through one of the more senior boys who said he noticed the kid who we're going to call John for the sake of privacy. He said that he saw John looking at something weirdly and leaning forward and went to ask what was up. John had said that he doesn't want to tell because people wouldn't believe him, but that he sees shadow figures around. He doesn't see facial features or anything, just the figure itself, and it eventually just vanishes as if it implodes. At this point in time, they had been on the theater stage that we practice on, and he had said that he saw a shadow by the brick wall. He had heard whispering and was trying to make out what he was saying, apparently something with an S sound. After he had spoken with him in more detail, he told me that apparently it started when he was a kid and hadn't thought much of it. But later that day, he had gone over to a relative's place and saw a picture of his great-grandfather that looked oddly like the shape of this shadow. However, it's not just one shadow he sees. He sees multiple. Bringing back to present day, when asked what he sees right now in the theater, he says he sees one by the back wall, one by our props, which was a fountain, one by the back exit, and one in the audience. They never do anything to him, and he's experienced this for so long that it doesn't bother him anymore. Apparently, when he closes his eyes to go to sleep, he still hears them whisper. It doesn't bother him, as he's apparently used to it. This is where things get a little bit more interesting. The boys do bonding activities. It's an all-boys school. They share their honest highs and lows, and apparently, when someone is upset or sad, shadows converge on them. So when the boys had sat in a circle and shared their stories, the shadows stand around or behind the kid who is at that moment sharing the sad story, or in a sad state. Which is a reason John doesn't want to speak to anyone regarding this, because he says it helps him figure out when somebody's sad and then he tries to help them. And finally, the senior kid had spoken to John in the wing, the space between two curtain lines in this theater. Said that they want to test for something. Sat across from John and started saying a sad story to see if a shadow appears behind him. He slowly noticed John's eyes start to move away from him and back to him as if he were distracted. He had stopped the story and asked if there was something behind him right now. John nodded to yes. The senior kid said, "What if I try to touch it?" John had shrugged. The understanding that John would do something if he got possessed, he tried to walk to the spot where John said the shadow was standing. Said he felt a little chill, which could just be because of the fact that he was doing something a little bit scary and nothing more. Wanted to know if anybody has any ideas or even similar experiences. Maybe we could help figure out how to help this kid. I was initially thinking it could be from psychosis, but if he doesn't want to seek help, I don't think it's my job to force it upon him, so I'm open to any ideas you may have. Sounds like a cool power to me. This is my family's life with ghosts so far. I'm a descendant of the famous Winchester. She was my third aunt. She's part of my mother's side of the family, and my family has a fuck ton of demonic things, spirits, and ghosts. I've even seen a hellhound running across roofs when I'm walking home with my buddy Gabe and his Australian shepherd called Blue. Going to tell my stories, then my mother's, then my uncle's, then my grandparents. Gonna start with my newest story and go backwards timeline-wise. So the newest one I remember was done by my own ghost, whom I had named James. James, who is a poltergeist, whose name means noisy ghost, and he lives up to that name. That's because when I was getting Halloween stuff out of our crawl space, out of our grandparents' house, that sort of a box of Christmas stuff got pushed off another box and didn't just fall. No. It didn't just go downwards, it went flying sideways, and I just said, "Hey, James." as I picked up the box and put it back where it felt to be pushed back to where it was before. This next one is the one that I teased with at the start with the hellhound bounding across tops of houses. My friend Gabe and his dog Blue was walking to me in my house after a few hours of playing video games. Video. At his house. My friend Gabe and his dog Blue was walking to me after a few hours of playing video games at his house, and we were listening to the amazing horror YouTuber called Mr. Nightmare. I don't remember what one we were listening to at the time. I think it was a trucker horror story. Blue started walking slower, and then I looked away from the phone and my buddy, looked up at the roofs on the same street as my house. And Gabe lives like a street or two away, and it's around a quick 5-minute walk if you're going at a normal walking speed. We were walking slow at the time. Now, at this point, I froze at the same time as Blue did. It's right as I saw this huge thing going across the roofs, and I said, "Hey, Gabe." "Yeah? The fuck is that thing?" Then he saw that thing, and then it made a sound like screaming mixed with an evil howl. This thing was huge, and it scared the shit out of us. And after that thing ran off and jumped off the roof into a backyard, we turned off the phone and stood there for what felt like years. Most likely a minute or two. When we just walked home and I acted like nothing happened because I'd seen a lot of paranormal shit. Now for the one before that was Gabe and I were at a casino with his parents and were taking pictures with my phone at the time, and that phone was an S5 and one's known for exploding. Ooh. But that's not part of the story. Now when we were looking back over the photos in the car ride home, we saw something or someone in one of the pictures. It was almost as tall as one of the decorative beams on the wall, and those beams were 10-25 feet high in the wall, and it was staring at the camera. I looked back at those photos a few days later, but that one photo was gone. No one had touched my phone, and I didn't delete anything. The next one was done by James yet again, or it might be my dead sister Grace, who's also in this list, but we'll get back to that later. So my grandfather and I were going up the stairs of my home. And now my room's at the top of the stairs and to the right, and my room then started playing either metal or dubstep. Now, mind you, there was nothing that could have really make any noise, nothing that could make anything that sounds like what I listened to. My grandfather and I both heard it, and we opened the door and it stopped. And we got to the end of the stories. And it starts again all over tomorrow. Hope to see you there. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, your ultimate source for mysteries that send shivers down your spine. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to stay updated. The haunting begins here. Let's dive in. The Haunting of Lilac Cottage, England, my childhood home. Back in 2009, me, my mom, and my stepdad moved into a really old, rustic, rural cottage in England. My father had passed away not too long before, and this was going to be a new start for us all. The house was an absolute bargain. It had 6 bedrooms, 2 very spacious living rooms, and a huge annex in the back. It was essentially a second house. We couldn't work out why it was so cheap. We went for the viewing, and the family eventually told us that their elderly mother had passed away. It was peacefully in the annex. They just needed to get away from the feeling of her. That probably should have been the first red flag. We weren't put off, and we bought the house. From the off, it was unsettling. My parents didn't see it at first, but I was incredibly uncomfortable there. It was extremely unnerving and cold, and not to mention, it was isolated between rows of trees and a very long driveway, so far away from anyone else. It started in the first night. My room was at the end of the corridor, and if you came out of my room, on the right was a bathroom, and a locked door that led into the annex, the place where the elderly mother died. My parents slept in a long way down in this corridor in the last bedroom, so I was quite isolated, and directly opposite my room were the stairs. This first night it was freakishly cold. I pulled my blankets up to my head, but after my dad passed away, I'd suffered from insomnia for years. So the cold and the anxieties of moving to a new house all added up together with this into zero sleep. So I ended up lying awake for hours, just sort of staring around the room. My bedroom door was one of those kind of old, mismatched wooden country house doors. Didn't quite reach the carpets, and after a few hours I could hear the creaking of floorboards directly outside my room, and shadows that seemed even darker than the darkness of the hallway walking past my door. I presumed one of my parents had gotten up to use the bathroom at first, but this went on back and forth, several minutes. It was fast, like a very brisk walk. Not to mention, next to my door was like the locked door to the annex. Anybody walking that speed would have hit the door, but nothing. It freaked me out, and I had basically been dreading the next night. This kept happening. Every night for a few weeks, and I remember vividly one night I actually left my bedroom door open. Around the same time I heard the creaking. I turned around, and unmistakably there was a figure, blacker than black, was walking forward and backwards in front of the door, just visible in the darkness of the hallway. I couldn't take my eyes off it the entire time it was there. It's safe to say I never slept with the door open again after that night. But this is where things start to get properly creepy. I'd been terrified of this shadow for weeks now. There was a really horrible feeling I had around it, like it was after me. And one night, as I was going downstairs for dinner, I had the same cold feeling. And for just a second I froze in place in the dark hallway and looked to my right toward the annex door. And there, sure as anything, without my sleepy eyes to blame it on, I saw the same black shadow walking directly at me at a high speed. I ran downstairs as quickly as I could and told my parents everything. They mostly laughed it off and didn't believe me, tried to reassure me that ghosts aren't real, and there was no chance of anything about this old lady still being in the house. Now a bit of backstory. This old lady was terrified of the previous owner's family dog, so much so that they had installed a pulley system in the house, so she could pull a cord from her bedroom that would trigger an old bell to ring in the kitchen if she wanted anything. The whole system was still there when we moved in, and this night, the night after I told my parents, I was awoken at around 2:30 a.m. by this bell in the kitchen ringing loudly, and on repeat, like it was being pulled firmly and constantly. I ran out into the corridor, and my parents were there too, equally as confused and concerned as I was. We all looked at each other with ever-increasing worry, ran downstairs into the kitchen to see what was going on. As soon as we entered the kitchen, it stopped. We ventured up into the annex, just to see what could have caused this. But nothing. No sign of anyone. And my God, I hated it there. It was even colder and more lifeless than the main part of the house. Just felt like I needed to leave as soon as I could. My parents didn't quite believe that this was a ghost yet, but they were clearly less skeptical than before. From here, any activity became much more obvious. We, my parents included, started to hear knocking from the annex door next to my bedroom. Noises from downstairs that sounded like somebody was down there moving. Sometimes my fish tank light would flick on and off with an audible click and wake me up. I would often even wake up to my wardrobe doors being wide open with no breeze in sight. Hard to see those. One night I was sat reading alone in my room. One of these wardrobe doors opened by itself, wide and with relative force. I got up cautiously and closed it. Ran downstairs to see my parents. When I came up around 15 minutes later, every single cupboard door, around a dozen of them, were open as wide as they could go. Lots more went on too, like taps turning themselves on became a particularly regular occurrence. One night I woke to the sound of my cupboard door opening again. I saw droplets of water running from the bathroom next to the annex door all the way a few feet from my bed, with no droplets out again. I was terrified. It was around 6 months after all of this started that we eventually moved out. My grandma had begun to grow unwell and couldn't care for herself anymore. She moved in with us, and from the beginning she hated the house. My grandma was so incredibly sweet and calm, and I've never seen her distressed like she was there. And on one night in particular, when I was sat downstairs in the kitchen with her, she took my hand, pointed directly toward the annex, and said, "Don't go in there. I don't like it in there." Safe to say, that scared the crap out of me. On the last night we all spent together in the house, I was woken by my mom screaming. And clear as day, she said she felt 2 hands firmly grab her ankles over the bedsheets and pull her down the bed just a few inches. And right there and then, she asked to leave. We went to stay in our old house for a while, but that's because of size. My stepdad, the biggest skeptic among us, stayed in Lilac Cottage for a few more months. He's still quiet to this day about that house. He hates talking about it. But even he admits that there was something incredibly wrong there. Without much warning, he put the house up for sale, selling it so desperately that he lost almost a quarter of the price that he had paid for it. Never told us why. I promised myself that one day I'll reach out to the current owners of that house, see if they've also experienced anything, but I haven't just yet. Sorry for my lack of energy. I have like 103 fever over here. Show must go on, though. "5 months of hell." I have a few more experiences that I can write about, but it's only minor little things. This story you're about to read is by far the most scared I've ever been. My 5 months of torment. Before I start this story, I'd just like to explain a few things. Since my nan's death, and the hardships I faced growing up, I've always felt my nan with me, from about 18, 19 onwards to present day. She's helped me in little bits here and there. Because of her being with me, I felt sensitive to other spirits around me as well. I'm not saying I'm a medium and should be on most haunted, but I do sense a lot of things. I don't see spirits in general, but I see them through my mind's eye. It's like a visual representation of what my eyes don't see. If I mention the mind's eye through really anything of what I've wrote, you will understand where it comes from. If you have any questions about this or anything else I've wrote, feel free to comment. I'll elaborate on anything you want to know. At the age of 23, I moved out of my nan's house, and it was very sad, but a happy moment for me. I was finally getting on with my life, moving forward, and as my life changed, so did my 5-year relationship with my partner, which ended. The house I moved to was a decent size. You couldn't tell by looking at it from the outside, though. It was longer than it was wide. From the door, the hallway led up to the bottom of the stairs with 2 doors on the left-hand side. The door closest to the front door led to a small front room, and the second door led to a bigger middle room, which was an open plan combined with a small kitchen. There were 2 doors in the kitchen, and one on the left that led to the garden, and one on the right that led to the bathroom. It had 3 bedrooms, and the only toilet was in the bathroom. Really not good. Well, I hope the toilet's in the bathroom. The first day I moved in was amazing. I never felt better, and while John, the homeowner, was out, I decided I'd wash all the new cutlery and plates in the sink, While doing so, I heard footsteps from the hallway. I froze for a split second to take in what I heard, and the footsteps carried on about halfway up the stairs and stopped. I could feel the hairs on my body stand on end, and I felt this sudden feeling of dread, and it was really uncomfortable. I shouted, "John," with no answer. I knew there really wouldn't be an answer per se, and after all, nobody came in through the front door. Nonetheless, I checked all 3 bedrooms and nothing. The house was silent. Still had this feeling of dread, though. Carried on with washing up, trying to forget about it, and about a half an hour later, John came home. Everything was fine for a while. I had feelings of dread every now and again, but it was tolerable. Nowhere near as much when I heard the footsteps. Say, 2 months down the line, when the dark nights were drawing in, I was lying in my bed with my new partner. She was due to go home in about 15 minutes as her dad was picking her up. She had work the next day, and it was quicker for her to get to work from her house rather than from mine. She used to stay over during the weekends, or when our days off matched. Anyways, we were lying on my bed, and she looked up and suddenly started shaking, frozen stiff, but shaking, staring fixated at the ceiling. When I asked her what was wrong, as it was scaring me a little bit, she said she saw some kind of smoke appear in the corner of the ceiling, and then a face appeared through the ceiling, staring at her for a few seconds before vanishing. She was as white as a sheet. The same feeling of dread came over me, like when I heard the footsteps, and it worried me. This feeling of dread seemed more intense. We both decided to go downstairs and wait for her dad in the front room, while she just sat quietly until the sound of her dad's horn was heard. While alone, I closed the front door and sat with the TV on. John came home about 10 minutes later, and those 10 minutes in the house alone were very tense for me. It felt like hours. Thankfully, John being back took my mind off what happened. Didn't mention anything to him at this point. It really wasn't long after that I started to sense something around the house during my days off. Couldn't put my finger on what it was at first, but after about half a day I picked up feelings of sadness and loneliness. A million miles away from the feeling of dread I usually got, which was a breath of fresh air. On a weekend off from work, I came downstairs to have some breakfast, and through my mind's eye in the floor opposite to where what I saw was like a small long bench with a young child sitting in the middle crying with his hands clenched rubbing his eyes. Then it came to me. This was the feeling of sadness and loneliness I was having. He looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. That was the start of it all. Every time after that I'd sense him running around the house, standing or sitting down. This is all happening when I'm playing my Xbox 360. And it's standing by me, watching TV, looking at the food I was eating, and just generally following me around the house. I even got that used to it that I turned CBBS on in the front room on occasion while I cleaned up or played my 360 upstairs. Excuse me? CBBS? Okay. The feeling of dread was still looming around the house, but again, it was tolerable. It was faint. I kept that I could sense this little boy to myself, and that was until my partner saw this little figure run past my door and run into my room as if running at her, which made her jolt as if bracing for impact. That's when I told her that I could sense him around. Before she could tell me how he looked, I quickly asked her if I could tell her instead. Just so what I was seeing in my mind's eye was right and I wasn't going mad. Done a lot over the years, and I've been right every time, and this little boy was wearing dirty black shoes, gray knee-length socks that wear down to his ankles in a way that it looked scruffy, a pair of dirty black shorts, a gray t-shirt, and a gray scruffy cap, and that the boy was very thin. My partner confirmed all of this with a startling stare and added that she felt sorry for him. She asked me if I'd seen anyone else in the house. Told her I hadn't, but I got this feeling of dread through the whole of the house. She went quiet for a few seconds and then mentioned that she was round on the second night of me living there, and she'd gone for a cigarette by the open kitchen door which led to the garden. After about a minute, she felt someone grip her shoulder. But when she turned to there was no one there, as we were all in the front room. And while smoking her fag, she constantly felt that someone was standing right up to her face. John was also interested in the paranormal. It wasn't long until me, my partner, John, and a few of his friends were using a makeshift Ouija board. The letters and numbers were all on separate pieces of paper, and the words yes and no were at each end of the Ouija board arrangement. We used an overturned glass to put our fingers on. We managed to contact this little boy and asked him to spell out his name. The pointer went to no. Then it clicked. He was too young to spell his name, and he didn't know the year he died either, the day or the month. It was a shame. And as it came about, the spirit boy saw me as a big brother and saw my partner as a mother. Though asking him questions, or rather through, we found out that the boy was left to die of starvation. His mother went out one day and didn't come back, and it upset all of us. I asked the boy if there was anybody he didn't like in the house. I asked this because of the feeling of dread I kept having. I wanted to try and understand what and where this feeling of dread was coming from. I knew this feeling was coming from a male, but that was it. Got my answer. The glass moved to yes. I asked more questions. Can you point the glass to where the person is? No. Is the person you don't like in this room? No. Then I asked if the person was upstairs. Yes. Is he upstairs now? Yes. Does he scare you? Yes. Then I asked, there's a male upstairs, isn't there? No answer. So I asked the same question in a different way. Is there a nasty man upstairs? Yes. I'd sensed correct. There was a male presence. Does the nasty man live above the bedrooms? Yes. Clicked for both me and my partner. That face she saw through my bedroom ceiling was this male's, and it wasn't good. I started to push more questions to understand what was going on and to confirm what I felt was going on. Does this man come out at night? Yes. And you hide from him? Yes. Is he angry a lot? Yes. He doesn't like me, does he? No. Because of my nan? Yes. This male presence didn't like John or my partner either. Does he know that we're talking about him? Nothing. I asked again. Nothing. All a little freaked out, we decided to call it time as our food was cooked. John closed her session, thanking the spirits for our protection and their communication. And this male presence became stronger. During the day, the house was filled with more dread. No matter where I went, at night time, I kept the door to my room closed, and I could feel this male presence angrily walking around the house, especially walking past my room. I could feel him stopping outside my room and staring at me, as if the door wasn't there, as if he knew exactly where my head was and where I was sitting. And this happened every night. At times, the feeling was so bad I wouldn't come out of my room to eat or even drink. Only for the toilet would I leave the room, and then I'd make sure all the lights were on in the house. From about 7 till I went to bed. Some nights this male would spend the entire night just staring at me through the door. Those were the times I'd have an early night and want to go to sleep as fast as possible. When my partner stayed over, she'd go downstairs during the night to use the toilet, find the back room and kitchen light on. All lights would be turned off when John was home and when my partner stayed over. Sometimes just the kitchen light or the back room light or the front room light would be on. The one time the kitchen light came on its own, and she walked to the light switch to switch it on. Another time she went downstairs to the toilet and she screamed. I ran downstairs to find her sitting on the bottom step. She told me she opened the door to see the kitchen light flicking on and off with a huge black shape in the middle. Shot into the middle room and the light was on but no black shape. I stayed with her while she went to the toilet and we stayed awake that night. We were tired and thirsty, but too scared to do anything. And this stuff was happening every other day now, and On my day off, I'd avoid trying to go downstairs, and unless John was there, I'd get something from the chip shop and eat it on the way home. That way I could just go straight upstairs. And I'd just like to point out, a good chunk of all of that I experienced happened while John was away. And he was away a lot, sometimes with work, other times for breaks with a few friends. And on top of everything that was going on at the time, I lived in Wolverhampton, but worked in Perry Bar, which isn't far from Birmingham. The days were long, and I was up 5:30 every morning to get to work around 8, and I'd have to get home around 8 or 9. And it's important that I had my sleep. What happened this one morning happened almost every morning after that, until I left the house. Woke up at 4:45 a.m. to my door wide open with that feeling of dread there. I just got up, closed it, and went back to sleep only to find that my door was wide open again when I just woke up to my alarm. Still, I thought nothing of it. That was until I was being woken between 4:30 a.m. and 5 every morning I had work. One morning I woke up to someone breathing on my face. Shot up, but there was nothing, and that feeling of dread was getting to me now. I wasn't sleeping right or living right. I decided to place a pair of my trainers against the door before I went to bed, and still my door would be wide open with a load of pressure and the feeling of dread all over me. Wouldn't be able to get back to sleep. I was getting more tired as the days went on. When I confronted John about all of this, he told me that he was shocked. He told me he heard voices coming from the hallway when he's in bed, and there's been knocking on his bedroom door. He thought it was me messing about, but when he opened the door, my room was shut, and there's no way I'd make it back to my room that quick without making a noise. He told me there was more whispering and knocking on his door when I wasn't there. It got to the point where, when I went to bed when John wasn't there, I'd leave all the lights on and the TV on all night in the house. If I had to go to the toilet, I'd wait until I was almost bursting to go, and as soon as I got home from work, I'd go straight upstairs and not move from my room. The night after, I'd keep waking up, and it was tiring me right out. That feeling of dread was like the presence was watching me sleep. It wasn't long after all of this that I eventually moved house again to my aunt's. Everything there was calmer, although it was like the amount of spirits in that house that kind of freaked me out. That male presence in the house didn't like me at all. I felt that the spirit was unable to approach me, at least mentally, as my nan was blocking him out, and instead he was trying to wear me down physically. For what purpose, I'll never know. Glad I never will. Never gone back to that house, and I doubt I ever will. I just feel bad for that little boy. My ghostly experience. I was 12 years old when my father got a big promotion to another country. This meant, of course, that my family and I would be moving away. One of the perks of this promotion was that that company would pay for most important expenses: school, medical, house, apartment, and rent. Why am I telling you this? Well, it's important to know for what follows. I don't want for people to think that we were in any way wealthy, as we really just were using the company's money. Anyway, my parents looked mostly for an apartment nearby the school my siblings and I were going to be attending. They found this very beautiful one that had almost a room for each kid and one big one for themselves. Now, in this country, mahogany is very common, and for those who might not be familiar with the wood, it's both very heavy and very firm. All the doors and cabinets were made out of this same wood. We soon moved into the flat, and all was well for a couple of months, save for a few times a week where the bathroom in front of the dining room would open on its own very slowly. I remember my parents and I jokingly asking the ghost to let us have dinner in peace. Back then, my youngest brother was still a baby. He had a lot of battery toys that would sometimes turn on without anyone pushing buttons or the sort. Again, easily explained by everyone, since baby toys aren't exactly treated with a lot of care. So maybe they were broken. I thought so, at least. As the months went by, we started growing used to these things. and slowly we stopped caring about them, since they were our new normal now. One day my father had to tell. I'm not entirely sure about the other person's position in the company, but I believe it was something like a distributor. This man that the company wouldn't be supplying them with any more of X product. Chemical X. They argued, and the man threatened my father that this wouldn't be the last time he heard of him. After this event, nothing out of the ordinary happened at home, just more of the same. One day, a month later approximately, I had my first glasses prescribed and on my face. That night, while my mother was making dinner, I was asked to watch over my baby brother while he was watching cartoons in my parents' bedroom. Suddenly, I see this very corporeal figure that very closely resembled my mother, only it was wearing their hair up and a pale dress walking down the hall toward my bedroom. Now, being the young teenager, I didn't like my parents in my room. I was very sure I had just seen my mother going there, so I called out and got no answer. I picked up my brother and headed out of the bedroom. Went looking for my mother toward my room. It was getting late, so the windowless corridor was pretty much impossible to walk through without turning a light on. But everything was dark, even the remaining bedrooms. I called out again, thinking that maybe she had just gone in with the lights out regardless, only to hear her voice coming from the kitchen. If you checked out the little diagram of the layout of the house, you'll see that connected to my bedroom there was an emergency exit with a spiral staircase. And even though we were on a very high level, I'm talking above floor 15, my immediate thought was that somebody had broken in, and perhaps was hiding in my room or my older brother's room. I was scared shitless. I went to the kitchen to inform my mother. I informed her that somebody had broken in. I had to literally force her to check both my bedroom and my brother's because I was 100% sure I'd seen someone. We even checked in the little space that the emergency exit had, and the only door that had a key 24/7, and whose only copy was in the kitchen below all the cutlery. Nothing. My mother managed to convince me it was my imagination, an effect that happened because of me not being used to my glasses. That night my parents were talking in the kitchen. She told my father, very amused, what had happened earlier. Laughing, she expected his answer, but he stayed silent. Turning around, she saw he was crying. Apparently, ever since we had moved, he had been dreaming of a woman that fit the same description I'd given my mother. She was understandably worried. Not only her daughter was seeing things that weren't there, but her husband was going crazy too. I mean, put yourself in her shoes. They went to bed, avoiding the subject. The master bathroom light during the night was always left on, while all the other lights in the house were off, in case anybody wanted to head out of their room in the middle of the night and be able to see a little bit. That night, like every other, the bathroom light was on. My parents were going to sleep when my mother suddenly heard very clearly the switch being turned off. She managed to convince my father to check it out, even if he was sure it was the light burning out. But much to his surprise, the light switch had actually been pressed to turn it off. My mother flipped. She woke everyone up and made us all sleep together in the living room. She was livid. Since that night, she would feel someone touching her in her sleep. Even when my father was out of town, the toys would be just all turn on together at the same time, regardless if we had switched them off. The door of the bathroom near the dining room would violently swing open. Several times, my parents would wake up at night to find my baby brother sleeping on the floor, and he could barely crawl. My other brother started sleepwalking around this time, randomly screaming to the top of his lungs while asleep. He would never remember what he dreamt. Whenever my parents were about to have sex, they would close the door, and the door would always open itself again. Now, the door would be closed during other times, and it would remain shut, hence why it's kind of attention-worthy. If we went out for a weekend, any plant that we had would be uprooted and appear on the other side of the house. After about a year of these things happening constantly, like on a daily basis, my grandmother came to visit us. She slept in my room while I slept in my brother's spare bed. Maybe it hasn't been obvious, but we didn't talk about these things. It was taboo, and nobody wanted to acknowledge these things even happening. Us not talking about it meant that we didn't tell anybody coming into our home either. My grandma was no exception. The first week of her stay went by. She approached my mother. As she was about to tell her what she had been feeling that last week, my mother interrupted her and asked her if she had been getting touched at night. They both were feeling the same things. And you may be wondering why I mentioned my father arguing with that man when he was let go. The argument went as follows, more or less. "You can't do this to me. You're gonna regret it." "Well, I can't continue allowing you to do this poorly." "No, you don't understand. I'm a very important figure in a satanic cult. I'll make you pay for this." "Well, good to know. Have a good day." After knowing this, I reached the conclusion that this man had something to do with all of this. We moved out, and soon after my grandma left, thankfully I never saw it again, at least not as corporeal as that time. Just shadows in my peripheral vision, but thanks to this experience, I can tell if a place feels similar to the presence I felt in that apartment. We started discussing our experiences in the apartment only after we had moved. Hence why I have information about different things in which I wasn't present. A family friend who'd been able to see things since he was a child and confirmed as soon as we started talking about it said that he had seen it, had dreamt about the same woman my father and I had seen, before even sharing the description. He even disclosed that he had talked to her, and she promised she would first take my mother and go crazy and then go after me. Now, I know what you probably feel about all this. It sounds like what every other ghost story you find online says, and, well, I'd think the same. No name. It was February of 1984. My mom was about 5 months pregnant with myself and my twin. She was driving home down a winding road. She had made the drive 1,000 times before. Same road, same destination, never deviating. However, that day was different. As she drove, she noticed a little girl with no more than 6 playing on the side of the road. As my mom slowed and she drove past the little girl, she smiled and waved. My mother remembers her vividly. Cute curly brown hair, dimpled cheeks, and in the 1960s style, sort of a daisy dress. My mom drove home, but she was haunted by a constant nagging voice in her head telling her to go back. She had just pulled up outside her house when she turned the car around and drove back. It was a 15-minute return trip to the site. By the time my mom got back there, the sun had started to set. My mom slowed and approached the grassy area the girl was playing in. Noticed she was still there. Worried, as it was getting late, my mom asked if the little girl was okay. The girl replied, "I'm not sure how to get home." My mom inquired further, asking does she know her address, to which the little girl replied no. But it is a big house with gates, and it's just past her school. Driving down the same road for years, my mom couldn't remember ever seeing a school. So she asked the little girl if she'd like some help to go find it, and then they could use it to find her home. The girl said yes, and my mom helped her into the car. She started driving, and as she drove, she asked the little girl her name. She replied Abigail. They spoke about what the school looked like, and about Abigail's friends, what she'd like to do, and by then, 10 minutes had gone by. No school had appeared. Suddenly Abigail screamed, Down there, my school's down there." My mom took a left turn down a winding country lane, and eventually they arrived at an old school building. Knowing where the school was, Abigail managed to guide my mom to her home. It was down a really long graveled track, and the house was an enormous Edward Inn-style house. It dwarfed her in the green Honda Accord. But before she could get in, she stopped, or rather was stopped, by a security guard at the gates. She explained that she had found Abigail playing by the side of the road and she was worried, so she brought her home. The security guard looked at my mom perplexed and then went into his little hut and made a call. The gates opened. My mom was ushered through. She pulled up just outside the front door and was met by an elderly lady. My mom turned to Abigail and said, "Wait in the car, she'll be right back." Approaching the old lady, my mom explained what had happened and asked if she was the girl's grandmother, to which the older lady said, "No, I'm her mother, but you can't have Abigail with you. She was hit by a car 20 years ago. That's while on a family walk." My mom was taken aback, adamant that she took the lady to the back of the car to let Abigail out, but when my mom got to the car, Abigail wasn't there. The back seat was empty. My mom went into a panic and started hyperventilating, and she was taken to the house where she was told what happened to Abigail, that she wasn't the first to bring her home. My mom pulled herself together and left. She headed home, passing the same grassy patch Abigail was found. She wasn't there. My mom never saw Abigail again, but inquired from time to time with Abigail's mom. They eventually erected a memorial on the site of the crash that killed Abigail. My mom learned that since then, no one has seen her or brought her home. It appears that the memorial settled her restless spirit. Clinking, chiming noise at night after Dad's death. My dad died about 6 weeks ago. I hadn't seen him since Christmas. Since he died, I've fairly consistently felt more of a presence in my flat than usual. I've had some odd experiences here and there, but I felt that before, but it was sporadic and had a bit of a different energy. The living room in particular just feels like he's around somehow. I know these are fairly common experiences after bereavement and perhaps while grieving, but regardless, I'm specifically asking about something else I've been experiencing. About a week after Dad died, I heard a noise from the living room while I was about to go to sleep. For context, because of the weird layout of our flat, the living room and bedroom have an adjoining door that's usually open at night. It was very clear and fairly loud and came from that direction. It was a single clinking metallic noise, like the sound when you get up and you tap on it, or rather tap a teaspoon against a mug, or when somebody taps a knife on a glass to give a speech at a wedding. I thought it was a fork. That's the best way I can describe it. Rationally, I thought it was one of those weird noises your brain produces when you're falling asleep that jerk you awake. But it felt so clear and external that I instinctively asked my husband, "What was that?" He said the sound like somebody stirring their tea. Yeah, I heard that too. It's only happened once or twice since then, but it's always at night, always quite loud and always from the same place. I'm usually awake longer than my husband, so after the first time, I've had no one else to verify. But I've not been actively falling asleep, so I doubt it's hypnagogic. It's more startling than actually scary. We have pet rats in the living room who do make a fair bit of noise at night, but that's more consistent, rattling and moving around, rather than one distinct isolated sound. We also haven't got anything in their cage that could make a very clear chiming noise. I never heard it before Dad's death either, and something about it doesn't feel explainable. It's funny to me connecting it to my dad because he was very dismissive of the supernatural, despite having seen a ghost. But even before these sounds started, I felt the need to talk in my head to this presence, asking him not to manifest in any overt way because I don't think I could handle it right now. It almost feels like he's trying to say I'm here without freaking me out too much. I'd love to hear any thoughts or similar experiences if anyone has them. It observed my family, and no one really noticed. Not that I haven't been able to before, but it was only to those who would want to hear. Not all the people who have experienced these things with me even want to recollect what had happened, and I don't blame them. It's not to be dramatic or anything really, and sometimes weren't really intimidating, they were just weird. Before I get off track, I'd like to introduce myself and the people who've been through these occurrences with me. I've had these things happen throughout my childhood at my house that I grew up in, till I moved out at 15. These things would happen to me, my brother, his girlfriend at the time, my cousin, and two of my best friends. Now, to be completely honest, I really can't recall when these all started happening or how old I was, but it was somewhere between the ages of 10 to 15 where things happened frequently enough that I can remember. Though I'd have to say the first occurrence, maybe I was merely 6. And even when my brother's girlfriend told me this, I was shocked because I swore it was just some weird dream I had. Anyway, I guess I can start there. I must have been 12, and let's call her Alyssa and I were talking about when she first started dating my brother. We had a Thanksgiving dinner at my place. I couldn't fathom why, since family's absolutely huge and my house is just really small. Adults gathered on the main floor while the children were put downstairs. Really the only way anywhere between 14 to 20 of us were there. Like I mentioned, I was 6, so I can't really remember the exact amount, but there were enough people that we quite literally all couldn't fit in the main floor. One of my cousins and I were playing on the stairs. We both got to pick a Hot Wheels car from one of my uncle's collection, and we were testing them out on the ramp alongside the staircase. Now, I can't recall exactly why I went upstairs. I know I wanted to ask someone something, probably when dinner was going to be served. I made my way to the living room, and that's where the adults were. Alyssa and one of my aunts were sitting on a couch together talking, and beside them in the corner of the room, something caught my eye. Just hovering there, this tall, black, ominous thing or being. I'm not sure, but it engulfed the whole corner and looked as if it were watching everyone. And then all of a sudden I heard, "Hey, sweetie, what are you looking at?" Alyssa asked me as she turned her head to the corner and immediately got my aunt's attention. Just as she did, my aunt said, "Did you just see that? What was that? How long was it there for?" Back and forth they went asking each other, and they were freaked, but not really loud about it. I think they just wanted to believe, and they still didn't see it. Still, weird enough, no one else in the room acknowledged this happening other than them. I was in the doorway, basically right beside the corner where this dark entity was kind of just observing my family. I don't remember being scared or really feeling anything. Looked back at Alyssa and my aunt and then back to the corner, and it was gone. My ghost encounter. So me and my, at the time, boyfriend were 13. We lived in a not-so-great area. I live across from a park that has a woods where rape and rumors of murder have happened. Couldn't find records of this, but police had been there plenty of times, and once has investigation tape in the entrances. So we decided to go into there to mess around. I took my camera, and I can't find the footage as it was stored on my last phone. But we had entered, and we sat at a bench and placed my phone on a flipped bench so it could record us. We start to hear stuff around us, but we called it of as it's public park until the phone head flew off the bench a meter or two like it had been thrown even though we were watching it. So of course, we were freaked out, so as the kids we were, we walked around to try and calm our nerves. We had heard things and seen stuff out our eyes, The usual story. Indeed. So after about a half hour, we head home and I reviewed the footage I found. A shadow figure standing just watching us, fully black, no definition, just the outline of a body. A kid's face in a bush. Voices and footsteps that wasn't ours. The main voice that we caught sounded like a child laughing, and this got me. Same place as the shadow figure, and I was like 3, a smaller one, the same one as before, and one around the same height as the original. This was about 6-ish minutes after the first shadow. Currently trying to recover the footage, but the phone is battered, and I don't know my Apple ID as I made it at 8. I believe it's not backed up anyway. I'll leave updates if I find the footage, though. Apple ID at 8 years old. Way to make me feel old. Playing tag, and the man in the basement didn't like me. Back in 2013, I was about 13. I was living with my mom, who at the time was a single parent. She had my sister and 2 little brothers. The oldest was around 5.5, while the other was more than 4.5, maybe. We lived in a townhouse in Prince George, British Columbia. Nothing was out of the ordinary moving in until my 2 younger brothers started playing tag with each other. The thing is that they would occasionally both run away from someone or something. It confused me. My mom and sister thinking nothing of it, maybe just an overactive imagination. The both of them coming up with an additional playmate to add to their game. The most uneasy part of the game was when we would stop the 2 of them and ask both of them what you're running from. They both said our friend. Then my brother would look around for their friend as if he'd just vanished after any of us took notice. Things took a darker turn as my mom would work later night shifts to support all of us. She would ask me or my sister, half a year younger than me, if either of us could babysit after school. And we would. I remember one night I was in my room playing on my PS3, getting a text from my sister saying to come down into the living room. Me being the eldest sibling, I got this wretched gut feeling of something being wrong. I went downstairs and saw both my little brothers and sister on the couch. My 2 younger brothers in tears, and my sister was confused and scared. She then told me what they saw, and it was something in their room, and they shared one bedroom. It was their friend, but he was just staring at both of them, while hanging from the corner of the ceiling, no doubt. I checked everywhere upstairs and nothing, and after that incident they never played tag again, and occasionally say that their friend came back and hang from the corner of the ceiling, watching and never blinking. Did you see that woman too? This story happened to my dad. Well, and me too. It was when I was younger. I think I was in elementary school, maybe middle school. We were living at my stepmom's house, and when the time came, they had bought the house, so we spent the whole weeks packing and moving. Once it was down to the final days, we were there, and my dad and we were fixing and cleaning up anything that had broken. On the last day before we left, we went back to get the last of the stuff left behind. Cleaning supplies and trash. Once done, we went to the car and my dad said he had to go pee. So, since it wouldn't take too long, I sat in the car. From the car, I was able to see straight into the house. We had a big window next to the door that pretty much let you see the whole living room. Well, I was looking in that direction and I see the shadow of a woman clear as day directly past the window. When I say clearly, I mean clearly. I could see out of her chest area and her long hair. Needless to say, I was so scared I didn't know what to do. Ran into the house because I knew my dad was in there. As I walked in, he was already passing the window as me. He asked what I was doing and I said, I have to pee. We looked at each other and he knew I was lying and then said, "Did you see that woman too?" We were both scared. So we left the house quickly. That was the only ghost experience I had in that house, but I was happy to know it was my last experience there. I could hear her breathing into my ear. It was in the summer of 2004. We were taking a trip down to Tijuana, Mexico. At this time, my two younger brothers, which are twins, they were a few months old and my stepmom wanted her family to meet them. It was a very long trip. We got there and holy hell was it hot. First night it was normal. My dad and I slept in the living room. It was the coolest room, and honestly, there wasn't very many rooms in the house. Now it was hot, so in place of a blanket we used a bed sheet. In the house there were only a few females. My now cousin and the older woman, which is very important to point that out. They were the only females. The second night we were there, I just couldn't sleep. It wasn't too hot, but something was keeping me up, like I was being watched. Felt very, very insecure about it. I just laid there, staring outside the sliding glass door that would open in order to let the house cool down. Again, I tried to sleep, so I closed my eyes. Nothing. Kept them shut, nothing. Then I opened my eyes, and there outside the door was a little girl. Maybe 5 or 6 years old. Younger than me for sure. But just stood there. I could see everything about her in detail. Long hair, very innocent childlike features. Big brown eyes just locked on mine. I froze, I couldn't move a muscle. We just stayed there looking at each other for what felt like hours. Once I got the nerve to think of anything else other than this little girl, I covered my face with the bedsheet and shut my eyes tight. I tried so hard to tell myself it wasn't real and that I should sleep. I was screaming loud in my head, "Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, she isn't real." And that's when I felt it. I stopped thinking of anything else except for what I was hearing. This little girl, I could hear her breathing in my ear. Every inhale and exhale was so loud, so clear, like she was pressing her nose on my ear. Then, with the softest voice, she said, I can't speak Spanish. Okay, I think it translates into, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Go to bed." And just like that, I fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, I didn't say much of what happened that night. Yet I woke up not so scared because of what this little girl said. Now, I don't think any of us would really feel safe of anything if a 5 or 6-year-old boy or girl told us that they would take care of us, but I felt safe. I stayed pretty quiet that whole day. Played with some of the local kids, and we talked about how different our lives were from Mexico to America. Found out what was similar. For the most part, the day was normal. It wasn't until it got late and I said goodbye to my new friends, Jose, Antonio, Maria, and Xochi. And if you're reading this somehow, I never forgot about you all. Went back to my stepmom's old house and spoke to her Uncle Gabriel. He was a bit younger than my stepmom, and he had a very deep voice, like a really manly man kind of voice. It was actually very intimidating. He was mostly asking questions about me, and I asked him if he had any kids. That's when his voice got softened, and he became a very sad man. Again, I asked him if he had any kids, and he said he used to have a little girl. But because I was young, I stupidly asked, "Well, where is she?" He looked at me with tears slowly building in his eyes, and his throat dried, and I could see how it became hard for him to swallow. Very quietly, he said, "Her name was Andrea, and she died last year." I didn't know what to do or what to say. I could tell that this man was still very broken up about it. And that's when I remembered what the little girl said to me last night, so I told him. "Your daughter, she was maybe 6 or 7, with an innocent face and brown eyes?" His face lit up but confused on how he knew something he never told me. All I could say was I could just repeat what she had said to me that night. He cried more and said that she would say that to him when they'd have trouble sleeping at night. He hugged me, thanked me, and I left the next morning. I hope I was able to fix some of his broken pieces. Me too. Entities in the house. Backstory. I lived in the house where all the shit takes place from the ages of 9 to 23. My parents got divorced when I was 14. I lived with my parents, younger brother, and grandma. My younger brother was the first to notice something strange in the house. One night in 2005, he woke us up at 11 p.m. crying, saying that there's somebody outside his window. Living in South Africa, such things are possible. So my dad went to inspect and found nothing. A few weeks later, my aunt, my mom's sister, came to visit from out of town, staying in my grandma's room. They relayed to us the next morning that she was awoken by the door opening and a figure staring at her from around the corner. Fast forward to a few years, being 2007-2008. I'd normally stay alone at home when my dad would go out fishing with my brother for the weekend. This is when I started noticing odd things happening. Keys going missing. Lights would be on after I'd switch them off. Small things, but significant enough for me to take note. 2010 is when shit got real. I was in my last year of high school. I was working part-time for my dad, who has an office in the same property as the house. I was working on a file, left it on the desk, gone for lunch. When I returned, the file was gone. No one else could have taken it, as the only other staff member was a receptionist. About a week later, we found the file one morning laying on the floor. That weekend, a friend of mine stayed over at my brother's room and came home. It was from a party or something. It must have been 1 or 2 a.m. when he got into bed. I was already falling asleep when I heard him scream for me. My room and my brother's room share a bathroom with the doors on each side. I get to my friend, who's literally sweating, asked him what the fuck happened, and said somebody was choking him as soon as he closed his eyes to sleep. From that day, I'd been seeing the man, as we named him, around the property. I've seen him while working in my car in the garage. I've seen him while doing dishes. My father's even seen him while sitting in the garden. I never see his face, but he's always wearing a blue overall, like the ones construction workers use. It wasn't serious until I got married and had a child. This takes us to October 2009, or 19. My son's 1.5. He refuses to be in this house. He cries constantly when we visit my dad, and as soon as we leave, he's perfectly well behaved. 2 weekends ago, my dad had gone out fishing. I was with my brother, and actually, my brother was MIA. I had to come feed the cats, switch on lights. Came in at about 7 p.m. this Saturday night, and as soon as I walked into the house, felt a chill. Thinking nothing about it, carried on with what I had to do. While in the kitchen, I heard heavy footsteps in the lounge and the breaking of glass. Went to investigate and found a vase that's normally on the cabinet about 5 meters away on the floor in pieces. I locked up and got the fuck out of there. Told my wife the story when I got home, and she suggested I burn frankincense around the house and read some prayers. Sunday morning, I set out on my mission and started burning frankincense and praying around the house. When I got to the office, I just started praying when the glass sliding door shattered. Since then, my son hasn't been fussing when he comes here, and the atmosphere seems to be lighter around the house. Completely unrelated, but I want to give a shout out. I'd like to give a shout out to people who take on everything for everyone. My childhood monster. As a child, I had a considerable amount of phobias. I feared snakes, heights, spiders, centipedes. With you there. Roller coasters, the mask section at Walmart during Halloween time, and the dark. Other than snakes, the dark was the fear that persisted the longest. I remember the first time I truly felt a fear of monsters in the dark. It was 2004 and I was 6. My family was walking out of a movie. I saw one of the large posters that hung on the wall. It was for the seed of Chucky, which, if you weren't aware, is from the Child's Play series. This poster in particular showcased a mangled Chucky with large slices that had been stitched up, standing with his doll wife over a bassinet. I remember that. The baby's arm could be seen reaching upward toward the two, holding a very gothic-looking baby rattle, and at the time, the only thing that really drew my attention was the face of Chucky. I imagined him coming into my room to kill me or kidnap me. I was worried I would see his sinister, smiling face when I looked through my bedroom window at night. From that point onward, and for a period of about 2 years, I refused to sleep in my room. I insisted on sleeping in my parents' bed, sheltered between them for my own safety. As I'm sure any parents would, mine got tired of this routine. Sleeping in their bed was no longer an option, but neither was sleeping in mine. Enter the bravery bed. This ironically named twin mattress was placed on the floor next to their bed. I was to come from my room to this thin mattress from now on, and I felt scared, if I felt scared. So as not to disturb my parents, I just was sleeping on the floor and didn't feel as secure as sleeping on an elevated king mattress, snuggled up between two people who, think would protect you the most from your childhood monsters. I didn't know that neither my mother nor father would be awake to see my monster. I was almost 7, and on this particular night I vehemently refused to sleep on my bed or the bravery bed. Being as terrified of the dark as I was, my parents knew to leave their bedroom door open with the hallway light on so I could see my surroundings and know nothing was lurking. I woke up and nothing felt odd at first. I simply woken from a dream, and there was nothing wrong, but slowly I felt a sense of unease rise within me. It was like the feeling you get when you know you're going to shiver, like eyes were on the back of my neck. They weren't my mom's or dad's. I felt myself sit up in bed almost involuntarily, and my gaze was glued in the direction of the door out into the hallway. This build-up of anxious energy kept increasing, and it was pure entropy, like anything could happen in the next moment. The next thing I felt was a wave of dread washing over me. It was the first time I'd experienced an emotion like that, so it was all the more unnerving. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't speak, I couldn't remove my eyes from that lit hallway no matter how hard I tried. The dread kept intensifying, and I would have cried from fear if it had been possible. It was then that I finally saw the source of my terror. It hobbled out from my room and into the hallway. It was hunched over at a severe angle. I could see the shape of its spine clearly. It was crouched with its thin legs, and I saw that its feet were much too long to be humans. Its arms were bent, forearms jutting forward, and the hands were long and bony. I imagined that this creature must have clawed, shrugged, and just crawled itself out from the deepest and darkest pit in hell to come into my house. That's all. I couldn't breathe, and if there was any air left in my lungs, it was sucked out in that moment. I was paralyzed, whether of my own physical malfunction or by the will of this dark goblin. The most unsettling feature of this monster was that no light made contact with its skin. I was staring at pure shadow, black as the void. It continued to hobble down the hallway and disappeared into a wall. Once it was out of sight, my small frame collapsed backward into the mattress, and I was asleep again. Having been a child with a vast imagination, even I didn't doubt that this was in fact a nightmare. The next morning, I was a little spooked, though, because I continued into my day otherwise unaffected. The thought of the silhouette didn't cross my mind again, that is, until the nightmare resumed into my waking hours. I was walking down the same hallway out into the dining room, toward the garage door. That's where I expected my mother to arrive at any moment. I just made it past the dining room table and was about a dozen feet from the garage door when my body froze. I felt the dread wash over me a second time, and I couldn't move, speak, or scream for help. My eyes were fixed straight ahead of me, and I could only sit and wait for whatever was coming. To my horror, the same evil shadow I'd seen the night prior entered my vision once more, making its way just from the left to the right as it had done before, this time appearing from the pantry. And what I thought was my nightmare never came closer than a couple dozen feet. In this episode, it was not 6 feet away from me. It shuffled slowly, and I could see the spine, hands, and feet in more detail than before. They were grotesque in every sense of the word. And if my body had let me, I would have vomited at sight. Can't follow the creature with my eyes, however it made its way from one side of my peripheral vision to the other. It was nowhere to be seen after it had exited my vision, and I could move again. But it was hard to. I was in utter disbelief, and I couldn't even bring myself to cry yet. My lip quivered softly, and my breath was shallow and irregular. I didn't want to look in any other direction because I was afraid it would appear in some other part of the room. My mother broke the silence when she opened the garage door, groceries in hand. She saw me and immediately asked, "Are you all right?" Couldn't help myself. Broke down into screaming and sobbing, and to my mother it probably looked like I'd gone insane with hysteria. I refused to describe what happened until well after the incident, and from then on, couldn't be left alone in any setting. Hallways and long stairways are added to the already long list of phobias. It was almost 2 years later when my parents took me to a child psychiatrist with whom I would work with and process my fears. The ultimate aim was to put the monster, which was now a constant thought, to bed. After several sessions, I was able to give it a name and draw it into a picture of something I didn't fear. Clowns. I named it Horridge, which was my way of sneaking horror into the name, because he honestly still horrified me. That picture hung in the fridge for years, and Horridge would greet me every day, desensitizing me to his influence. My fear soon became curiosity, which developed into a fascination with the unknown. My weird encounter. When I was about 13 years old, I had long stopped being afraid of the dark. Didn't bother taking anything to drink with me up to my room at night. And so it happened that one night I got thirsty and decided to go downstairs for some water. As I could see clear enough in the dark of the kitchen, I didn't bother to put the light and got myself a drink. My entire family was in a deep sleep. The entire house was quiet and covered in dark, as no windows were open and all the curtains stayed closed. On my way back to my room, I passed the hallway as usual. Although this one night, something weird happened. As I put one foot on the stairs, a sudden cold wind blew through the hallway, sent shivers down my neck and back as I heard a voice saying my name, followed by, "I am a ghost." The voice sounded strange, like nothing I'd ever heard before. The moment I started hearing the voice, I quickly ran upstairs into my room and hid underneath my covers. All I heard from there, because my door was right next to the stairs, was a soft laugh and that same voice coming from downstairs. I didn't sleep that night and just stayed awake listening if I heard anything until my parents woke up. I told them as soon as I heard them, but they wouldn't believe me. The entire thing sounds like something you see in a kid's movie, and that just makes it unbelievable for anybody that wasn't there. Never forgot to take water with me to bed from that day onwards. Sorry about the inconsistencies. But I do appreciate you guys listening. And just to let you know, I'm just as annoyed at the YouTube commercials as you guys. I don't have any control over it. But I do notice it on every channel. Most YouTube shows are just me cursing at the screen. Sweet dreams, I hope. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the unexplained comes to life through chilling stories. Subscribe now and hit the bell to ensure you never miss an episode. Prepare for a journey into the extraordinary. The Castle Basement. I used to work in what is now considered a golf course in New York. It has a restaurant type of setting. It's in what used to be a residence back in the mid to late 1800s, and it was created here in 1852. The building is said to contain the stones from Whitby Abbey, a 13th century New Yorkshire, England ruin. It was private until 1921. That's when it became part of the country club. Now, this was a seasonal job in a professional kitchen as a salad/dessert girl. I worked in the food industry for 11 years, but it was never this high-end. The exterior is a gorgeous sight to behold, if you're into structure and especially history. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I had taken my phone out and looked up the history. I had Kitty doing this. I even did this to my first apartment. I like to learn new things. So, Erie 1. So this place looked like a mini castle. Mind you, it was a personal residence at one point and had 3 floors. Offices were on top, occasions and events were held on the second, and then there was the basement. That's where maintenance workers changed, needed condiments, and spare dishes. The basement, it just gave off an eerie feeling. Not at first. I really wasn't paying attention to it at first. But as I got comfortable, the more I relaxed, the more I felt it. After about a month in, that's when it started. Walk into the basement through the hidden stairs that are tucked to the side, hidden from view of the customers. The moment you touched that cold stone floor, you could feel eyes just watching you. And it was always coming from the opening of the side room where the boiler was. It never passed that walkway. You couldn't see it, but you could feel it watching you come and go. Like a child on timeout in a corner and waiting for their parents to tell them they can move again. I had to go to the basement to get my chef smock in order to work. This was about 6 years ago. So, I was old enough to know that there was somebody there, but also to know that ghosts were taboo or unbelieved by the majority of civilization. So I kept this to myself like a sad but dirty secret. One day I'm in the bathroom, and a fellow chef came in. She was changing, and I heard her excusing herself if I were to see anything that I shouldn't. But she was unable to change downstairs because she felt somebody was watching her from that room. That specific boiler room. My head jerked a bit back, hearing her, and once I stepped out of the stall when I was done, I turned to stare at her to make sure she was being serious. She was. She said the exact same thing I felt. Someone was in that boiler room, silently watching us. I admitted I too had forgotten that feeling when I get to the basement, but I thought it was just me. It only confirmed, well, that it wasn't, and that I wasn't losing my mind either. As I'm washing my hands while she changed, kept my head low to prevent any accidental glimpse. Though I explained to her it kind of makes sense if you know the history of the place. She only told me what she knew, which everybody knew. The bricks were from an actual castle. With that, I confirmed court research that yes, they were from a castle from England. The castle was found in ruin, so the creator decided, why let the bricks go to waste? I guess. I wanted to say something, but my tongue was fighting my teeth to come out and say it, so I did. I explained that because of what might have happened within the walls of the castle when it was in its peak, one could only imagine what hell had been placed during those horrid times. Kingdom reigns, tortures of prisoners, etc. Whatever part of the castle they took, they might have brought a friend with them in the process. Or only God knows what was buried here before they built the whole residence, but if that was the case, wouldn't it have been like free to roam instead of being confined to one room. All I know is we always tried our best to avoid the basement if necessary. The Castle 2, The Old Woman. Built in 1852, the building is said to contain stones from Whitby Abbey, 13th century North Yorkshire, England ruin. Now in the first story I wrote my constant experience with the basement, but this one I'm about to share is about a room. Now there is an area above the basement that's allowed for customers. That's the bathroom. Now when you get to that first level, there's like 3 doors to that floor. Men's to the left, women's straight ahead, and to the right is where they sort of made this changing room for the main guests for events. Now I don't pay much attention to any room specifically except where it needs to be, which is 1, the bathroom, 2, the main kitchen, 3, the prep kitchen, and 4, the basement. I didn't get any eerie feeling from any of the other rooms as I did in that basement, so it wasn't like the attention was needed for anywhere else. One day I walked downstairs to the bathroom. I walked past the changing room and something caught my eye and a feeling came upon me. The room door was open, and when you walked past the door, you could see what looked like 2 or 3-seater sofa next to a small bed table for the lamp. A bit deeper in was sort of a makeup table with a mirror and a chair in front of it. I always see myself in that mirror when I walk by it, when the door's left open. But that day, the glimpse of an old woman sitting in the chair staring at herself in the mirror, her hands resting on the surface. I caught the white of her hair as it was up in a bun. She wore a dress that seemed a bit old, but it was long. The face I couldn't see was almost faceless, and her head was slightly hung, but she was in the room with the light off. Mind you, this was a quick 5-second catch of the eye. A 5-second catch that made me stop at the bathroom door, hand on the doorknob asking myself, what the fuck did I just see? No customers were allowed in until a certain time. No worker fit that description I caught of her. I stared at the door and slowly let go of the bathroom knob so I could walk toward it. Because, of course, you walk towards things that you know shouldn't be there. I would probably be the first idiot to die in a horror movie. I stand in front of the room door. The only other way out is the mirror, which is completely free. No one was in front of it but me. The chair was free and sitting under the respective table. No old woman. I read a bit more into the castle's residences after that. Her appearance seemed to be up to date and be from the castle's origins in England. So it had to be the residence of the castle after it was built. Turns out that the room was the owner's mother or mother-in-law's bedroom. It was her favorite room. Midnight movement. So this was literally last night. I was on the phone with a friend. I usually have my Switch on the TV watching YouTube videos. Wink, wink. Now, having it been idling for a while, the Switch turned off. A few minutes after, the TV followed as well. Now, as I'm talking on the phone, I heard something, and I look up to my TV, and my TV was literally shaking. Like someone was wiggling it. Not turning, but shaking. I'm staring at it, and it just continued as if somebody was trying to get it to work. I'm staring. Are you serious? Now I'm completely quiet, and my friend on the phone was asking if I was okay. I said, yeah, but dude, my TV's shaking on its own. At that moment, the TV came to a sudden stop, as if whoever was shaking it heard me, and literally out of the corner of my eye, as if I was staring at the TV, a partial white figure had walked out my bedroom. Me, being dumb, yelled out, "Oh, come on, you broke the first rule." I know there's something here in my apartment, and I have animals they play with. I've caught them on video playing with orbs, many orbs. When my animal stares behind me, all I say is, "As long as you don't show yourself to me, we're fine." So my roommate of 7 years broke a rule. Boo. Boo-hoo. Rather hilarious. So I'm going to talk about this thing during my mid-years living in this apartment because I find it hilarious. You see, I am quite a quiet introvert. I wake up, play games, watch movies, go to work, come home, do it again. My home has tranquility and solitude. So all is calm like the lakes when only the wind moves the water. Now during this time, I was trying to help a friend get away from her horrible living situation with family. I'd known her for a few years since college, so it wasn't a spew-of-the-moment decision. Spur, I hope. I was just sick of hearing the bullshit she was putting under because they felt since they're family, they have a right to use and abuse her. I know what it's like. But her issues were a step up from what I went through. So after my fiancé at the time had left to go back to his home to help with his family, she came a few months later. And might I add, before I finally got her in though, I helped her get a job in the same place I worked at, so she can have her own money. Before she got the job, I told her if she stood with me, she can stay rent-free till she gets a job. The month after that, we start. We can just talk about payments. So, got her the job, and for the first month, she stood rent-free. She bought whatever she wanted, and I made no objections. At this time, I had tons of cats, so we shared a room while I had the other room with the cats locked in. She had nothing to sleep on but my bed, so we figured, why not? I slept on the sofa. Red flags here. Now she'd like to be entertained and wanted me to constantly entertain her and chat with her. She has her own little TV with her PS4, and I have my big TV where my Xbox is set up on. She liked a lot of chick flick movies while I enjoyed horror. So when she felt something was great to her, she would force me to watch it. You can always say no. I'd let her watch it on my big TV, but I wouldn't pay much attention to it, and that would just annoy her. Now here comes the fun part. Within the first month, she had, a lot of things to literally get me angry. Because she found how I acted hilarious, but she would always say, "As long as you don't throw me out, you can do whatever you want to me." Over time, I was growing more annoyed and rather angry toward her. I was reminding myself, I'm helping her. Didn't want her to go back to, what I was helping her stay away from. But the fact I was being disrespected just to intentionally get a rise out of me was going too far. When I get upset, my accent changes, and she finds this hilarious. I was born speaking English in a Spanish family, but I enjoy mimicking accents. But when I get upset, my accent rises from English to some New York Italian accent. She stops when she starts hearing the Spanish accent because that means she has hit the red zone, and she'll tend to back off. The rising anger out of me started causing the flow in my apartment to feel different, almost like pressure, like the moment you walked in. At the end of the first month, all I asked was for $20 to $40 a week starting her second month with me. She agreed till I realized she lied after 2 weeks and still has no money. or at least said they had no money. Talked about how she had no money after the phone and the weed and buying food. This is like a slalom tracker. Whatever that sport is where you're skiing down with these red flags everywhere. Being fed up, I was cooking something and she took out an 18-count carton of eggs. She was about to put it on the counter, not fully on it, but halfway, and I stared and I said in my head, I hope that shit gets smacked out of your hand. At that moment, the egg smashed to the floor. And from the way it literally looked like somebody smacked it out of her hand. I stared at this, and she jumped back and went to save the one that didn't break. I didn't tell her anything, as I just felt that it was her clumsiness. Over time, since that day, things even at work were being thrown out of her hand or smacked out of her hand, like spanking a child's hand, telling her no to make her stop. She even told me that she was in the shower. She felt some touching her, and all of a sudden I heard her squeal. She came out quickly. I asked her what's wrong, and she said that she felt something, like just push her into the tub. I sat there like, oh crap, what have I done? A lot of weird things have been happening around her, and again since that day. At the end of the second month, I kind of threw her things out. She became too much and was too disrespectful, even at work. I became rather vulgar to her after a while before I threw her out. A day or two after I did, so I approached her at work and apologized for throwing her out, but she left me no choice. For the few months after, she went back to her mom's house when I threw her out. She told me that these weird things are still happening. I told her about my roommates after we were at work, and she held some tongs for tossing a salad. They were literally slapped out of her hand and slid across the floor. That day, I told her that my home has others, and it's from you pissing me off. You ruined their flow and probably just making you pay for disrespecting me in my own home, in their home after all. And I did it for you. After a while, she no longer had those problems, but things were going downhill for her. It's because a friend was doing to her what she did to me. Although they didn't live with her, she was going above and beyond for them only to be mistreated. After she came running to me many times about this, I got fed up. And when she said I'm sick of apologizing to people when I didn't do anything, so I told her she needs to get over it because this is your karma for what you did to me. Not once did you ever apologize after all I did for you. And I did a lot more than any of your friends or family ever did. You've done all this, and don't come to me crying. My home is sort of back to being like a solitude. The energy's back to being tranquil, but I have to kind of give up a lot after my emotional trauma. First encounters of my first apartment. Now, I've lived in my current, which is my first apartment, for 7 years. I was in my late 20s when I left my mom's apartment that had their own spooks. Not gonna lie, I was scared. Not of the neighborhood, nor the people, but not knowing what I was going to deal with alone. Every time I was left alone in my mother's house, I was always messed with by who or whatever else was in there. Since I was 6, this has been happening to me. But this time, I didn't have anyone to run to. I had my cats, and I felt that they would protect me. I was paranoid at first, but after a while, I was okay. Now, as I got comfortable, I figured, okay, quiet, silent. Nothing is in this house to that stature to worry about. I have a 2-bedroom, and one room was, originally supposed to be an office and video game room. And then there's the other bedroom. I locked my cats out of the bedroom so I can sleep on multiple occasions, and I always make sure I close the door. One day I woke up and I saw my door slowly open. I inhaled so hard and jumped up to see my cat waltzing in. This happened on several occasions, even when my fiancé, at the time, was here, and, well, he tries to say he didn't close the door right, but one day I saw his messenger open and he wrote to a friend telling them, I closed the door and there was no way in hell that door was even able to open on its own. I sat there at nights just staring at the door. Now I freaked out more because after we made the office into a cat's room and moved everything into one room, office stuff in the bedroom, we would close the cat's room and my bedroom. But yet we wake up every other day with both doors opened and the cat's with us and walking on us, climbing on us. One time I'm on my sofa in the bedroom because I had to throw out my bed, and I saw my closet door, which has a mirrored sliding door, just shaking. It was like something was in the closet moving around. But the cats were nowhere in my bedroom. They were locked in their room. The mirror looked like a portal effect as the pressure of the movement was coming from the middle of the door. But the door is open and no one's there. I just stared at it. But by this time I wasn't as petrified of it, but that's when I had accepted I had others. And I video recorded a few times to catch the cats playing with moving orbs. Not dust, trust me. I know the difference. They looked like little balls of light flickering like a flashlight. So, I made a rule. As long as you don't show yourself, we're fine. Work ghost. I've been working at an industry for 11 years. 8 years at one location and 3 years at another. Now, I'm not sure, since I go through a lot, whether it's really the same one or something else, or I just happen to be in places where the unseen are. But then again, only Lord knows what's put this ground before man put above. Now, this experience hasn't happened a lot since it's at work, and I'm not as attentive since it's a fast-paced environment. Dealing with food orders and incomplete workers, or incompetent workers, will do that to you. But there are times when I've been alone when it's slow. Others are on break or called out and told not to come in. I'm on the line cleaning up, fixing a small order. And out of my peripheral vision, somebody walked over toward my direction to walk past me. They never seen me walking away. Mind you, I'm on the line where the food is, and it's a straight path to the doorway, and there's no turns. I even witnessed this once or twice at the register. And again, there's no turns behind me or anything where this person can jump over and hide. It's always an old man in a white shirt. I don't get to see anything else because by the time I get to give any visual attention, he's already about to pass me. He comes out of nowhere like he took a sudden turn or something. What creeps me out more was when, like, they walk past me. You can feel the gust of sudden wind, somebody having walked past you, sort of at a fast pace as they were in a rush. So I'm looking forward and he rushes behind me and I see him approaching me from the right, but I never ever see him. It's like he disappears right behind me. I don't usually ask anybody if they saw anything or if they walked by unless I knew for sure. Try not to look as crazy as I normally already look. I feel straitjackets don't suit me. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. Besides that, really happened in this location at all, well, to me. So as much as I have the elderly man sneaking up behind me, in the second location, though, this location had stuff happening. Not as often, but still happens. I worked in this location for 3 years, since the other one closed for good. So anyways, I have opened and closed this store, and I've had this other store many times, sometimes the same day. But the closings, sometimes they didn't go off as easy as when you're the last one out and waiting for the manager to drive you home. or waiting inside till the next bus arrives because it's freezing cold or suffocatingly hot. But I'm a trainer, so I know how to close the majority of the store. Mainly barista, line, and register. It's really the main ones I close, and again, sometimes in the same day. Again, ugh. Now in this location it's a bit different. I still have that person walking by me, that same experience really, and keep this to myself. It's not the same man though, it's a definite to this. At night, when I alone, literally the only left human are 2 or 3, and they are downstairs. You can see where the stairs are at and if anybody's there and fucking with you. No one's upstairs with me. The soda machine sometimes goes on by itself, and I don't mean the humming noise of the machine. No, I mean you can hear someone pressing against the chosen soda, and the noise it makes when it dispenses the sugary liquid. At first, I'm just think it's the machine. And due to being pressed a million times a day, I'm pretty sure a button or 2 will wear out and malfunction here and there. Wishful thinking, I know. Now, this has happened a few times, not consecutively, so I just brush it off. Soda doesn't go all over the place, it's just those taps that allow the soda to go for like a split 2 or 3 seconds. But the part that confirmed my mind was right was when you hear a chair being moved. Now, I'm the only one on the floor. There's the last 1 or 2 downstairs and only 1 staircase that you can't go past without being seen. No one is on the floor in the dining room at all. But you hear a chair adjust like a movement. It comes from random spots in the dining room. You don't see them move since there's dozens of chairs, but you do hear them. One day, I swear I saw someone rush like a dark blur go to the bathroom. Thought it was the manager or the worker that was left, but nobody comes upstairs. I figured maybe I wasn't paying attention and they came up. It could happen since I'm not the brightest person there is. Suddenly, I see my manager coming from the staircase, whether by himself or with the second-to-last worker downstairs. Besides the old man, there's a shadow person that's in the location. It moves fast, so I'm not sure if that's why I can't see him or if he's just perhaps featureless. Now, I thought it was just me, until one of the new employees had been there for a few weeks and he was closing by himself. After a while, he sat me down as we waited for the ride in the bus. He looked to me and was like, "So how you handling the job so far?" "Blue, I need to ask you something." "Sups. Anything all good?" "Yeah, just the noises sometimes get to me." Me thinking, but keeping to myself about these things, not wanting to send wrong messages. "Oh, those are just the machines, especially the ice machine. Sounds get tricky when you're alone." "It's not the machines, it's the chairs." Now I'm just watching him as he realized my hesitation to say something and look around. I feel him staring at me as if it confirmed it wasn't just the machines, and then he said it. "There's an old man that walks around here. Who is he?" "No one to concern yourself with. You leave them alone, they leave you alone." "There's also something else here, but I see the old man here more." Me, just try not to pay attention to it. It'll only make you paranoid at night, and although it might make you work faster into closing the store, don't recommend giving it much thought. We both suddenly hear a chair move as the legs went across the floor for a split second, like we felt it was them saying that we're listening. I'm used to it, but I still jump, and from time to time, too. We soon get up, stand by the door to the store, waiting for our time before we have to leave. He left after a few months for a better job, and I stood there till my injury stopped me from working. But as I said, it was continuous in there, but it still happened on a here and there basis. But I always heard the chairs and the old man. Never looked into the history of the area, nor did I want to. Do enough Nancy drewing around anyways. that is a good use, or it's a good verb form of Nancy Drew. You know what I mean. Halloween night. Okay, so this happened a few years ago in my mother's apartment. Again, alone in the house. And again, I'm not sure where anybody was or went to, and I'm just lying in bed. It was dark outside, so I wasn't sure what time of the night it was. I would say maybe 8 or 11. I was asleep, dreaming of whatever it was I was dreaming. More than likely a weird dream, as all the other dreams were. For some reason, part of me decided to wake up, and as I opened my eyes, something didn't feel right. Now, I know about sleep paralysis, and I've been through this many times. Can't move, can't talk, not sure whether you're still asleep or awake. But this was completely different. The atmosphere didn't feel right. Felt heavy. I heard something, but I wasn't sure what it was since I was just waking up, so figured either my mother came home or I dropped something. As I was trying to move to sit up, I felt a sudden grip, a tight grip like a predator catching its prey. Now I'm thinking it's paralysis, but then I felt a heavy frame over me, like a body pressing against me, trying to hold me down. Suddenly there was a pain in my stomach, like something was putting their knee in my stomach to keep me pinned. More pressure was put into my stomach as I was trying to move, to toss to the side and curl up, and the pain was in one spot. Not all over, just a spot a knee would be. Suddenly I'm hearing some breathing. I don't feel the air, but I can hear it, and then I felt a hand on my face, like somebody grabbed my jaw and slowly made my head turn to its side. I'm laying there, moving my arms slowly, but unable to really function it, And then it happened. Whispers were heard into my ear, talking, but at a fast pace. I couldn't catch up to it. But I heard certain words being said. And this time I felt actual breath in my ear. My body still felt heavy from whatever was on me, and my mobility was completely shot. All I could do was breathe and feel, and the pain was getting more intense. Within the whispers, all I heard were demands. It was like listening to a spirit box. You could only hear certain words coming out, all the noise that you were hearing. I don't remember all of the words, but they were pills, take, and bathroom. There was also a few other words that were kind of close to that category. Not sure how long it went for, since I was trying to figure out what, who, or why. Kept squirming on my bed as the whispering continued. Finally, I felt the heaviness disappear off of me. I flung up to sit up on it like a heavy pant and held my stomach where I felt the pressure. Immediately rolled off the bed and looked at it, wondering what the hell just happened. The atmosphere was back to normal. There was no one else in the room, but something said look, and when I looked, my closet door was slightly opened. It's as if you had read my previous entries that you would read, if not closed. Things happen. Birthday balloon. Mid to late 90s. My mother bought me a helium balloon that had Belle from Beauty and the Beast on both sides. It was rather big, about the size of a medium sofa cushion, and it was a pretty balloon, and I loved it a lot. Over time, I was enjoying it here and there, till it was just still floating about the house. That's cool, balloons do that, and slowly they sort of fade away from the air. Fine, cool. But I realized something. It would be in every room I was on its own. Didn't think much of it at first, so I'm just ignoring it, but after a while I could catch it floating in my direction little by little. It was literally following me where I went. It wasn't like a fast or quick pace, but it set its own pace and it would follow me. I was in the living room and it was just chilling in the corner, still in the air floating. Both of us just sitting there. Without thinking, I got up off the sofa and went toward my bedroom to look for something or just go to my room. Within a few minutes, I look up and see the balloon floating at my door as if waiting for me to invite it in. I watched like, what the fuck? And again, not thinking, maybe the air and all, and this went on for days. It took very long for it to lose its air. Whenever I moved, it wasn't too far behind. I'd be in the shower, and when I'd leave, the balloon's at the door like a dog waiting. The balloon was found in rooms that had no explanation on how it got in there. It was like touching the ceiling and had in no way possible be able to pass the door frames without any help. One day it was in my bedroom, fine, whatever. No, not fine. I was in the living room just chilling, and suddenly I see it floating toward the living room in the hallway. Stops at the entrance of the living room, floats toward a corner, and just sits there. I'm alone, so how did it get out of my room to begin with? And after that, I started being petrified of the balloon. Didn't go near it, and I avoided it like you would anyone on the streets. My mom wanted to release the air so the whole thing could be over, but I didn't let her. I'm not sure why, honestly, but that balloon made me uncomfortable. Even when the air was half gone from it, it still floated around the house like a stepdad. That's when it made it easier to get into rooms, and I'd have to close my damn door to prevent it from entering. The worst days were when I go to sleep and wake up in the morning with the balloon hovering over me or by my bed. Finally, the damn thing died off, and I think my mom folded it up and either threw it away or put it away for a keepsake. No more birthday balloons. And if I do get them, I undo them at the end of the day. When I was 8, I had my first paranormal experience. First encounter was with my stepfather at that time. My mother and my brother were just living in a rented house of a suicide victim. Of course, they didn't told my mom or my stepfather about it when they first rented, but the neighbors did told us after a month of living there. So at first, everything's fine, only an odd feeling about the garage. The dead forest behind the house. And when I say dead forest, I mean like a straight line of dead trees that just keeps going for miles. But when you look to the left and to the right of the house, the rest of the forest was green and luscious. Anyways, my mom was working at night, so we would be with her boyfriend from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. During the daylight, we kept seeing black shadows going by the corner of our eyes. But you'd look, and nothing was there until me and my brother saw it on the floor going up to the attic. It wasn't really an attic, more like an empty space in between the roof and the house. One night everything was shaking, like as if there was a huge storm outside the windows, and the door was shaking, and then the TV went static, and my brother went catatonic. I was faced with my stepfather looking at me with the creepiest smile I've ever seen. He said to me that the banging I was hearing was monsters trying to get in, and that we'd get eaten alive. He was just going to say weird stuff to scare me with the blackest of eyes. It's like his pupil was so huge and he was in another person, like telling the story about those monsters outside. And I'm going to sound crazy, but at one point I saw a wolf-like figure with the red eyes at the door of the patio transforming into a man, like a black figure with yellowish eyes. I was so scared I can't believe I didn't pass out or something. Like I kept looking back at my brother and calling his name, but he had no response, only dead staring at the static of the TV looking like a total zombie. Meanwhile, the doors and windows were still shaking and banging. There's no storms outside, no wind, no nothing. The trees weren't even moving outside the windows. Then after what felt like a real-life nightmare that I couldn't wake from, I remember I looked back at my stepfather and saw 3 white female figures. They were all standing behind him, looking at me with a smile that I can't explain. But I felt like they were saying to me that you're safe and you're not alone. I felt this courage overcome the fear, then grabbed the arm of my stepfather. I yelled at him to stop it now. Looking straight back into those black eyes, seeing the pupils shrinking back to normal in a matter of seconds, like Whatever was happening in him was gone, poofed. And suddenly I was face to face with the scared and panicked grown man that kept asking me what had happened. Seeing that I was in tears and my brother was white looking dead in the couch, TV went back to normal, no more banging, everything had stopped suddenly. I asked him if we could leave the house for the night until my mom comes back. He then took the keys of the car and we stayed in the car for a couple of streets away from the house and waited for my mom to come back in the early morning. I was confused and I was mad at him. Didn't want to speak to him. I told him everything to my mom, and next day the following week we were moving from that house and leaving him behind. Apparently, my mom told me after he had summoned a demon with one of his friends a couple of months prior. Wow. And apparently he was having suicidal thoughts and losing parts of his days that he couldn't remember. He felt like he was going crazy, and with reasons he was getting pretty scared. They even went to a priest. And anyway, that's the end of the story of my first encounter with the paranormal. I have a few others that happened to me. I got scared and prayed to never see or hear anything ever again. Kind of, well, to be as oblivious as possible to the paranormal. Never saw or heard or feel anything in years. The Man in Black. When I was 10 years old, I'm sleeping over at my friend's apartment in the same apartment complex as me. It was a late summer night when I suddenly woke up not feeling quite good for some reason. So I went to the window to breathe in some air, and just thinking it was probably a nightmare that I couldn't remember, which is, well, kind of weird to me, but I usually always do. But anyways, my friends are dead asleep in the same room as me, and I'm at the window. First, I look around at the top of the trees in the sky. My eyes go down toward the street in front of me. Then I see a man all dressed in black with a black ski mask that only shows his eyes, staring right up at our window, staring at me. He's not moving a finger, just staring there, looking at me. I wake up my friends, telling them to look down the street, which they immediately did, but now I had my friends looking back at me like I was crazy, saying to me that they couldn't see anything, there's no one. And mind you, at this point I'm just crying and hysterically telling them that he's right there in front of them, but they couldn't see him. They eventually went and woke up the 17-year-old, so hopefully that way she could come and try to calm me down, and after a while went back to sleep. And that was the end of it. Never saw anything else like that. And by the way, I'm not schizophrenic at all, and I had a shrink when I was 14, and that was for social anxiety. That's because of the moving so much. So to this day, I'm quite confused about that night when I saw, and I'm curious to know really if anybody's experienced something like that. Scratching and knocking at my door at 3 a.m. Just to preface, about 3 years ago is when I had this paranormal experience. It happened in July of 2016. I'm a night owl, and I've always had a hard time going to bed at a reasonable hour since childhood, especially during this period of my life. I was near the end of a very bad time in my life where I was hospitalized for a year due to mental health issues. Because I had no job at the time, I often stayed up as late as I liked and worked on projects, sometimes even till dawn. I liked the comfort, and all the night pretty much brought me all of this and brought me the quietness of it all. Really enjoyed being the only one awake and never once considered that it could be scary. I was used to it. At this time, I wasn't sure about the paranormal, even though I had some experiences in the past. It's something I never really thought much about, and I wouldn't say I didn't believe in it entirely, but I was very skeptical. So I still lived with my parents. My mom often got up during the night to check on me, even though it always annoyed me a bit. I understood that she was just worried about me because of my mental illness issues. She would tell me that it's late and I need to sleep. She slowly stopped doing it after a while because she realized there's no point, and I went to bed when I wanted to. I was also doing a lot better at this point mentally and was much more stable. And I was starting a new job next week. So back to that night. It was around 3:30 a.m. and I was awake in my room drawing and watching Netflix. I had my door shut and I was just about to turn the lights off to go to sleep. I figured I should at least try to lay down and sleep even though I really wasn't tired. As I was putting my colored pencils away and turning off Netflix, I heard something knock on my door really loudly. It did this 3 times and sounded like something was scratching the door along with it. Expecting it to be my mom asking me why I was still up, I replied, "Yeah?" But no one answered. And then I heard 3 loud knocks and scratching noises again. Scratching sounded like someone's nails running down from the top of the door, and I said, "Yeah, what is it? What do you want?" No one answered again. So I started thinking that whoever was knocking on my door was trying to scare me. It didn't make any sense. Why my family would be trying to scare me? They had all been passed out for hours and not the type to do something like that at 3 in the morning. Then it happened again, and this time I was like, "Hello, hello." Silence again. I even for a split second thought that maybe it was my dog, just trying to get into my room. But just as quickly debunking that idea. My dog couldn't get upstairs where the bedrooms are because we had it locked. There's a heavy-duty gate that blocked the top of the stairs. He's a little dog too and can't get over it. The knocking and scratching was so deliberate and with such force that there was no way it was my dog. It rattled my door as it happened. It was always done in the same pattern as the knock before, just like a person would do. Then it happened one last time. I didn't say anything this time, and I suddenly realized how bizarre this was. I had this, intense feeling of fear washing over me. I was too scared to open my door to check and see if everything was there, and I felt like if I did, something would harm me. My instinct told me that I'd be inviting whatever this thing was into my room if I did. I sat on my bed for maybe 15 minutes staring at the door in pure shock. Finally had the courage to get up and turn off the lights. And I kept my lamp on that still lit up the whole room. There's no way I was sleeping in the dark. Texted my boyfriend 30 minutes after the incident, telling him what just happened. He works early in the morning, so he responded right away, telling me not to investigate any further and to try to sleep. I barely slept any. After what was just happening, I was like the first person up in the morning. I told everyone what happened and no one took me seriously. They said I must have imagined it because I was really tired or something, but I didn't. I was wide awake and lucid. I asked everybody if they knocked on my door and none of them did. I thought for sure somebody at least heard it too. That's because seemingly something demonic or scratching, the sound was loud as hell. Pun intended. They said no, and I knew that they were not lying, and my dog was still downstairs where we'd left him the night before, and this freaked me out a lot. I stopped thinking about it because I couldn't explain it. I tried thinking of a rational explanation, but came up with nothing. After this is when I started to become very interested in the paranormal. Did lots of research and was looking for answers. A month later, I got together my own paranormal investigation team. Began doing my own investigations. Since then, I've had many encounters with the supernatural and captured evidence of weird happenings, visual and audio. Everybody with me also would experience these things. But those are stories for another day. Even after 3 years, this is something that I think about sometimes. I wonder if it was demonic or just a spirit with a message. I asked a friend who has psychic abilities, who I've seen amazing evidence of recently. She said it was a visitor. I know this kind of phenomenon has happened to many, especially at the witching hour, being 3 a.m. I know many say that 3 knocks on the hour means mocking the Trinity, which means it's a demon, but I'm not sure. even though the creepy as fuck nail scratching is pretty convincing. But there is much more symbolism to the number 3 than just that. I gotta stop knocking in 3s, apparently. Damn. Oops. Shape-shifting spirit in the forest. Friend is attacked. So there's an infamous apparition that appears at the head of the trail. It usually happens around sunset. Many have reported seeing a man wearing 70s clothing at the top of the cliff staring down at you. Then he runs at an impossible angle down the cliff with a smile on his face. And just as he's about to hit the trail, he vanishes into thin air. It's been seen for decades. Many police calls have been made because of it. Law enforcement is aware of this phenomenon and are told to ignore it. Many people believed it was a real person. There's also a mine that collapsed up there, killing many. Lots of rock climbers have fallen to their death. There's been black magic rituals there. Many hikers and people have gone missing. And also Ted Bundy killed someone up there as well. The battle at Fork, Utah took place there. Many natives and Mormon settlers were slaughtered. Not to mention it's known for Bigfoot sightings and other weird shape-shifting shit. The canyon is full of spirits and activity. You're bound to at least experience something. Even if you just get a mild sort of sense of being watched or just the quote-unquote creeps. I've hiked up there many times before. I even knew it was haunted, just because it's one of the most beautiful canyons in Utah County. Every time I went, I would feel very paranoid once I got deep into the canyon, though. One of these times, I was with 2 friends and their 2 dogs. We had made it pretty far, and I've been hiking for hours at this point. The sun was setting. We decided to take a water break. As soon as we stopped, we heard loud whooshing and banging noises coming from the left of the trail of trees. My friend's dogs immediately bolted down the trail with the hair standing up on their backs. The sound was not like anything we'd heard before. We thought it could be an animal, and maybe it was, but I don't know what kind of animal could make that noise. Can't describe it, but I still remember exactly how it sounded. The closest thing I can think of to the sound is a very large drum. I felt a strong urge to get the fuck out of there, and so did everyone else. Needless to say, we didn't finish the hike that day. After that experience, we did some research on the canyon and found out about the hauntings. This sort of triggered a curiosity to explore this. So I round up the gang of ghost hunters and we decide to go on a Friday. We decided to go at sunset, packed lots of ghost hunting gear, and set off preparing to hike in the dark. We have a ghost device that's always been accurate in our investigations, and we used this throughout this whole experience. It has an EMF detector and radar. It's the most useful device, and we got one. And it repeats words off the EVP, and it shows it spelled out into the screen. So as soon as we were 5 minutes up the trail, we all collectively agreed that we all felt more energy from the left side of the canyon. So we decided to take the left fork and we would just go to it. One of the first things the device said was 3. It repeated it many times throughout the hike. We assumed it was answering our question about how many spirits were there at first. The device detected many energy points on the radar as soon as the sun went down. Weird chains, humming, whistling, clanking noises throughout the whole hike. It always was coming from the left side of the canyon, and it seemed to be following us. We finally arrived in one mining cave in the trail. Put the flashlight in the mouth of the cave and noticed this particular cave is kind of sunk halfway into the ground. So you basically have to crawl into a hole that goes underground. It's a very tight squeeze and barely one person can go in at a time. One of our group members, Brian, decided he was going to try to look down for a second. We all had a very bad feeling about it, protested against it. And he insisted, and we just were going to go down for a second. Radar was going off, and it was showing a lot of strong activity coming from the cave's direction. Brian kneeled down, started to climb in. As soon as he got one leg in the hole of the cave, the device immediately said leg. We told Brian to stop and step away. He finally listened. We decided to stop and record an EVP session at the mouth of the cave. We were hearing the same distant voices and clanking, too, as we did before, but this time a bit louder. We set the voice recorder on the ground and started asking questions. We weren't getting much response, but the noises continued. We were huddled around the voice recorder when I heard whispering right behind my head. It felt like somebody was breathing down my neck. Everyone heard it and decided to end the recording. We all contemplated turning around and leaving, but Jenny and Brian insisted on going further. We decided, since we made it this far, we might as well keep going. We hadn't seen anyone else in the trail for hours. That's when we finally saw some BYU college students hiking back down as they passed us. As soon as they were approaching us, the activity on the radar and device disappeared instantly. It was almost like the spirits didn't want them to know that they were there. So we passed all these different bridges labeled with a number. Every bridge we passed, the activity and energy increased, as did the noises. One of my friends in our group, Jenny, has some psychic abilities, and she sees spirits ever since she flatlined in a hospital years ago. She had always been pretty good at sort of steering us in the right direction. She seems to know things before they happen. She mentioned to us that they were spirit guides with us protecting us the whole time, and was possibly warning us of something. I didn't think much of it at first, and then we passed bridge number 3. As soon as we did, the temperature dropped 10 degrees. It was a hot summer night and we were sweating the entire hike. And then we all were just putting on our jackets. And also was immediately a very bad, pungent, rotting smell and the sound of water, even though we were by a dry riverbed. We got to the part of the trail where the path narrows and it goes into a thick forested area. It was dark the whole trip, but we could see some without the flashlights because of the moon. But this area has thick trees blocking the moonlight. You could barely see 15 feet in front of you even with the flashlight. Everything inside me was telling me not to keep walking. My friend Kayla agreed. We stopped maybe a minute or two to talk, and everyone was huddled into a circle, except Jenny. She was looking in the distance up the riverbed. We were thinking about turning around because we began to all feel very unsafe and a sense of doom. As we were talking about leaving, the device said, "Go," and big. As soon as we heard that, we booked it down the trail. Heart felt like it was going to fall out of my chest. Running as fast as we could, and it felt like somebody was chasing us. Finally, after passing all the bridges, we finally slowed down just because we were out of breath. We all sighed a breath of relief. We felt safer as soon as we crossed the bridge once, or the bridge once again. We were all laughing about what happened, and we were making jokes to lighten the mood. Jenny then told us sternly to not let our guard down. She said we still have a way to go. She told Brian to shine a light behind us the rest of the way because we were being followed. We were hoping the light would push back whatever was there. We were walking back for maybe 10 minutes when suddenly, my friend Kayla began seizing and shaking. Her entire right side of her body was moving uncontrollably. She was using her left arm to try to stop her right arm from spasming. She was hyperventilating, and Jenny put her arm just around her, and we stopped her and let her calm down. We heard humming all around us. Eventually, she went back to normal. Still in complete shock, and we're walking as fast as we can down that trail. Then the device said protect, and the radar showed a circle around us forming all these dots of energy. It was super cool. We felt safe for a while. Then 30 minutes later, we started hearing louder noises. Jenny told us all to just ignore them and think of something positive. She told to picture a cute little bunny with brown eyes instead. We all joked about it. And then about 3 minutes later, something was rustling the bushes, and then out jumps a bunny with brown eyes in the center of the trail. As soon as it hit the ground, the device said intruder. I don't think about this coincidence until we reached the bottom. I do recall us thinking it was weird because it looked like a domesticated rabbit in the woods. Kayla was not doing well, was feeling sick and weak. Made it to the end of the trail and decided to do a protective ritual after the device said protect again. Before we turned off the device we were talking about, what could have attacked Kayla. That's when the device said monster. We ended her session and decided to take Kayla home and make sure she was safe. She was still very shaken up. I talked to Jenny the next day and asked her what she was looking at, and we were all huddled in a circle talking about the riverbed. She said that she was 4 spirits. 2 were benign, 1 was evil, and 1 was something that she never felt before. She saw something attack Kayla when she started seizing. She believes it was the last one. Jenny and Brian also brought up the weird connection to the bunny. Never thought about it that way. They believed it to be a shapeshifter and possibly the unexplainable entity that attacked Kayla. Kayla still had many problems afterwards. We eventually put a spell on her house to protect her, and the issues finally subsided. The reason why I'm retelling this story is because I finally watched the movie The Witch on Netflix after many people told me it was good. It's been more than a year since that experience, but when I watched that movie, there was a shape-shifting rabbit in it. It made me do a little bit more research on maybe what happened that night, and I came across many sources claiming this is a phenomenon that happens everywhere. Apparently, there's a shapeshifter known to take the form of a rabbit called puka. Native Americans are aware of this kind of shapeshifter, and I believe it to be a connection to the underworld. Many believe that one of the other forms it takes is a beautiful young woman that walks through the woods. I promised to never speak of it again, but what the fuck happened? Prior to this incident, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal, so this is one of the reasons why I never truly spoke of what I went through at the time. Being in denial was easier than me trying to understand something that I couldn't rationally grasp. It all started with me moving in with 2 other girls into a dormitory in the capital of my country. The dorm was exclusively for female students, and it had 3 major blocks. It's owned by the Ministry of Higher Education and is considered public housing facility for people who do not want to or cannot afford to rent private apartments housing. We were given at random a room in the lowest block of the building, Block C. The room we were given was numbered 903. And it was the room before the last in order of rooms in the block. At the beginning, none of us were suspicious of anything, although we did notice the shape of a visible handprint in the front of the door. The handprint looked tiny, like that of a small child. We didn't give it much thought, and we concluded that it must have been maybe left from a previous paint coat on the door, and that was only the beginning of it all. As time went by and the school year rolled in, each of us started to notice little strange things happening around the room. It was small things like putting stuff in a certain place and finding it somewhere else. For so long we kept thinking that we were just being forgetful and we're not paying as much attention as we should. Maybe it's due to school stress, exams and such. However, that changed for me when I started to experience things differently. The first true incident that made me start to question everything was when I was in the shower. This room had a tiny shower, a small toilet, and a kitchen sink attached to it. But between the main and bigger part of the room, the beds and the desk and the shower, was the door. The door has a latch on it that you can turn left or right to lock and unlock. I was by myself that day, and both my roommates were out. It was close to mid-afternoon. I came back from college and wanted to take a shower before taking a nap, gathered towels and shampoo and made sure to close the windows. Then I went into the shower, leaving the door unlocked and wide open. I was alone, so I didn't feel the need to lock or close the shower's door. I started up the shower's head and started opening the shampoo bottle when suddenly, and out of nowhere, the door to the shower shut so violently that the whole room actually shook. I heard the moment the latch on the door as if it turned right to lock me in. I was so startled that I almost hit my head on the floor of the shower. I shouted out because I thought I was maybe having one of my roommates coming home early and not realizing I was in there. Kept calling for the girls and telling them to unlock the door and that it was not funny. The door wouldn't budge, and the lock remained firmly on. At some point, I started to get seriously uneasy. That's because if nobody was going to open up the lock from the other side, I essentially was trapped in the shower. I kept banging on the door until my neighbor in the next room heard me. Came around to talk me through the wall. She came around and talked to me through the wall of her shower. The shower and toilets were built in a way that they aligned with those of the adjacent rooms. She asked me if I was all right, and I told her I was not, and that I was locked in and I needed to get out. So she called the head of the dorm. They brought a spare key to open up my room and unlock the shower's door so I could be let out. I was literally shaking, and the dorm's head just kept asking if I needed medical care. They gently laid me on my bed, and within that sort of commotion, it occurred to me that the room was empty. None of my roommates were there. I was so traumatized that I didn't even want to entertain the thought of what actually happened. I've always been terrified of small places, and I being forcefully locked into one almost caused me to lose consciousness. When the girls came after sunset, they were so concerned for me, and they swore up and down that they haven't returned to dorms until that very moment. As I calmed down, I started to go back into my mind, checking over things like the facts of the front door to the room being locked. I actually closed the windows as well before getting into the shower to not get a cold. I was losing my mind, going back and forth at what happened like thousands of times in my head, and I heard the door slam and I heard the lock turn. I did not imagine those things. Then how the fuck did I get locked in if no one else was on the other side of the door? It's after that when things started to get creepy and way too uncomfortable for me. After the whole thing, I sat down with my roommates and told them what I went through. Told them to tell me if I was going insane or if something's wrong with me. And at that moment, they opened up to me about weird stuff that they've also been experiencing. One of them spoke of how she was repeatedly feeling the sensation of a cold breath over her neck while she slept or napped. She told us that she was losing sleep because of it, but was scared to mention it really, and the other spoke of voices she would hear at random times and shadows dancing on the walls during both day and nighttime. We tried to rationalize what we were experiencing, but it just didn't reassure us in any way or form. Started staying out as long as we can just so that way we could spend time in the room as possible, or rather as little time as possible. I even stayed at a friend's apartment a couple of nights because I couldn't stomach sleeping in that room again. Things did not get any better, and in fact, it got worse after that. And this is me recalling the most terrifying night of my life. I promised to never speak of it again, but what the fuck happened? Prior to this incident, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal, so this is one of the reasons why I never truly spoke of what I went through at the time. Being in denial was easier than me trying to understand something that I couldn't rationally grasp. It all started with me moving in with 2 other girls into a dormitory in the capital of my country. The dorm was exclusively for female students, and it had 3 major blocks. It's owned by the Ministry of Higher Education and is considered public housing facility for people who do not want to or cannot afford to rent private apartments housing. We were given at random a room in the lowest block of the building, Block C. The room we were given was numbered 903, and it was the room before the last in order of rooms in the block. At the beginning, none of us were suspicious of anything, although we did notice the shape of a visible handprint in the front of the door. The handprint looked tiny, like that of a small child. We didn't give it much thought, and we concluded that it must have been maybe left from a previous paint coat on the door, and that was only the beginning of it all. As time went by and the school year rolled in, each of us started to notice little strange things happening around the room. It was small things like putting stuff in a certain place and finding it somewhere else. For so long we kept thinking that we were just being forgetful and were not paying as much attention as we should. Maybe it's due to school stress, exams and such. However, that changed for me when I started to experience things differently. The first true instant that made me start to question everything was when I was in the shower. This room had a tiny shower, a small toilet, and a kitchen sink attached to it. Between the main and bigger part of the room, the beds and the desk and the shower, was the door. The door has a latch on it that you can turn left or right to lock and unlock. I was by myself that day, and both my roommates were out. It was close to mid-afternoon. I came back from college and wanted to take a shower before taking a nap, gathered towels and shampoo, and made sure to close the windows. Then I went into the shower, leaving the door unlocked and wide open. I was alone, so I didn't feel the need to lock or close the shower's door. I started up the shower's head and started opening the shampoo bottle when suddenly, and out of nowhere, the door to the shower shut so violently that the whole room actually shook. I heard the moment the latch on the door as if it turned right to lock me in. I was so startled that I almost hit my head on the floor of the shower. I shouted out because I thought I was maybe having one of my roommates coming home early and not realizing I was in there. Kept calling for the girls and telling them to unlock the door and that it was not funny. The door wouldn't budge, and the lock remained firmly on. At some point I started to get seriously uneasy. That's because if nobody was going to open up the lock from the other side, I essentially was trapped in the shower. I kept banging on the door until my neighbor in the next room heard me. Came around to talk me through the wall. She came around and talked to me through the wall of her shower. The shower and toilets were built in a way that they aligned with those of the adjacent rooms. She asked me if I was all right, and I told her I was not, and that I was locked in and I needed to get out. So she called the head of the dorm. They brought a spare key to open up my room and unlock the shower's door so I could be let out. I was literally shaking, and the dorm's head just kept asking if I needed medical care. They gently laid me on my bed, and within that sort of commotion, it occurred to me that the room was empty. None of my roommates were there. I was so traumatized that I didn't even want to entertain the thought of what actually happened. I've always been terrified of small places, and I being forcefully locked into one almost caused me to lose consciousness. When the girls came after sunset, they were so concerned for me, and they swore up and down that they haven't returned to dorms until that very moment. As I calmed down, I started to go back into my mind, checking over things like the facts of the front door to the room being locked. I actually closed the windows as well before getting into the shower to not get a cold. I was losing my mind, going back and forth at what happened like thousands of times in my head, and I heard the door slam and I heard the lock turn. I did not imagine those things. Then how the fuck did I get locked in if no one else was on the other side of the door? It's after that when things started to get creepy and way too uncomfortable for me. After the whole thing, I sat down with my roommates and told them what I went through. Told them to tell me if I was going insane or if something's wrong with me. And at that moment, they opened up to me about weird stuff that they've also been experiencing. One of them spoke of how she was repeatedly feeling the sensation of a cold breath over her neck while she slept or napped. She told us that she was losing sleep because of it, but was scared to mention it, really, and the other spoke of voices she would hear at random times and shadows dancing on the walls during both day and nighttime. We tried to rationalize what we were experiencing, but it just didn't reassure us in any way or form. Started staying out as long as we can, just so that way we could spend time in the room as possible, or rather as little time as possible. I even stayed at a friend's apartment a couple of nights because I couldn't stomach sleeping in that room again. Things did not get any better, and in fact, it got worse after that. And this is me recalling the most terrifying night of my life. So we're all asleep in the room when I suddenly woke up. I had no pressing need to pee, and I wasn't hungry or thirsty. I was just startled awake for no immediate reason. It was around 1 a.m. because I do remember checking my phone. Moonlight was strong, and it was a pretty bright night. Laid my head back into the pillow, eyes still open, trying to relax back to sleep when I noticed something moving on the wall. At first, I thought it was a shadow of something in the room or in the balcony, but it was not. It was a shadow of a human child holding something in its hands. It kept moving back up and down the wall like it was running or playing around. I legitimately froze. I instantly tried to block my breathing. My heart was beating like crazy that I could hear it drumming like frantically in my ears. It was like I was my entire body, like made of wood. I swear I've never felt more scared or anxious in my life. Weirdest feeling ever, and no words can properly describe it. All I could think was, am I going crazy? There's no way I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Nope. I'm totally still asleep and I'm dreaming. Gonna wake up now soon. Just a dream, just a dream. The shadow stopped and suddenly turned in my direction. And in a perfect crystal clear voice, a giggling young girl spoke up to me saying, "Come play with me." I almost had a heart attack at that moment. I don't know how I did it, but I sprang up from the bed like a crazy person and started violently shaking my roommate awake. Told them that I'm not going to stay in this room for a moment longer, that I didn't care if I had to sleep in a mattress in the hallway outside. They were confused and they were worried and half awake, and I didn't care to linger. Just gathered my pillow and blanket and left. Went to a friend in another room in the building and spent the night with them. Next morning, skipped class, went to the dorm's head and told her to find me in an open spot in another room. Hopefully I didn't care about in what block and with whom, but that day I went into the cursed room, packed all my stuff, and moved in with one of my roommates to a different room in the furthest block possible. The other roommate told me that she couldn't leave because there weren't enough empty spots for other rooms and that she's fine with staying. Told her to just knock herself out, but I'm never stepping a foot in that room ever again. And yes, I never went back there. The following year, I rented a house with the same roommate that left me with all the way at the end. The following year, I rented a house with the same roommate that left with me that day. We never spoke again of the shit that happened in that dorm room ever again. Never been in a dorm room. Ghosts or no ghosts, don't really want to go to a dorm room. Sweet dreams.